What if Luna Lovegood told Fleur and Daphne they were both destined for Harry and ancient magic accepted it? Chapter 1, Threads of Fate. The July heat pressed down on the grounds of Beauxbatons Academy like a heavy blanket, but within the marble walls of the palace, Fleur Delacour enjoyed the perpetual cool enchantments that kept the interior comfortable regardless of season. She leaned against one of the ornate columns in the garden courtyard, absently twirling her wand between her fingers. 2 weeks since she'd returned from Hogwarts. 2 weeks of attempting to process everything that had happened during that disastrous Triwizard Tournament. The death of Cedric Diggory. The return of the dark wizard her British friends feared so deeply. And something else, something she couldn't quite define, a strange pull she'd felt toward Harry Potter that went beyond gratitude for saving her sister. "The Nargles told me I'd find you here," came a dreamy voice that made Fleur start. "Though I suspect it was really the Raxburts guiding me. They're quite attracted to confused thoughts." Fleur whirled around to face a slender girl with waist-length blonde hair and protuberant silvery eyes. She wore peculiar radish earrings and a necklace of butterbeer corks. Despite never having met this strange girl, Fleur recognized her immediately from Hogwarts. "You are Luna Lovegood," Fleur stated. "The Ravenclaw girl who sometimes sat with Harry's friends." Her accent thickened slightly with her surprise. "What are you doing in France?" "At my school?" Luna smiled serenely. "I've come to deliver a message. Or rather, a revelation. My father and I were tracking blibbering humdingers in the Pyrenees, and they led me here." She tilted her head, studying Fleur intently. "You felt it, haven't you? The connection? The threefold thread?" A chill ran down Fleur's spine despite the summer heat. "I do not know what you are talking about." "Yes, you do," Luna replied, utterly unperturbed by Fleur's defensive tone. "You felt the pull toward Harry Potter. It's not just gratitude or attraction. It's older magic, ancient, really. The kind my mother studied before she died." Fleur narrowed her eyes, but curiosity overrode suspicion. "And what exactly does this ancient magic entail?" "A triadic bond," Luna said, as casually as if discussing the weather. "You, Harry Potter, and Daphne Greengrass." "Daphne Greengrass?" Fleur repeated, the unfamiliar name tasting strange on her tongue. "I do not know this person." "She's in Slytherin, Harry's year. Quite beautiful in an ice sculpture sort of way." Luna twirled a strand of hair around her finger. "The three of you are connected by threads of magic so old they predate wands. I can see them, you know. Golden threads that pulse when you're near each other." Fleur felt her Vila temper flaring. "This is absurd. I am returning to France to begin my career. I have no connection to Harry Potter beyond what happened at the tournament, and certainly none with some Slytherin girl I've never met." Luna didn't seem bothered by Fleur's dismissal. "The threads don't care about your plans," she said simply. "They've always been there, dormant until activated by proximity and circumstance. The tournament was merely the catalyst." "And why should I believe any of this?" Fleur demanded. "You don't have to believe me," Luna replied, reaching into her pocket. "But you might want to examine this." She handed Fleur a small, ancient-looking leather-bound book. "It belonged to my mother. Page 43 discusses triadic bonds and their manifestations." Fleur hesitantly accepted the book, her curiosity once again winning out. Luna turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and you might want to expect unusual magical effects when you're feeling strong emotions. Particularly if you happen to think about Harry." She smiled dreamily. "The threads don't like being ignored." Before Fleur could respond, Luna had drifted away, humming softly to herself. Fleur looked down at the worn book in her hands, torn between flinging it into the ornamental pond and immediately turning to page 43. Thousands of miles away, in a stately manor house nestled in the lush countryside of southern England, Daphne Greengrass sat perfectly straight at her writing desk, quill poised over parchment. The letter to her younger sister Astoria remained half-finished as Daphne stared out the window, distracted by thoughts she had no business entertaining. Potter. Again. Ever since returning home for summer, her mind had drifted to him with alarming frequency. Not that she'd ever admit it to anyone, especially not her Slytherin housemates. The so-called Ice Queen of Slytherin did not pine after Gryffindor's golden boy. A soft pop announced the arrival of a house elf. "Miss Daphne, you has a visitor. A Miss Lovegood is waiting in the blue parlor." Daphne frowned. "Lovegood? Luna Lovegood?" At the elf's nod, her frown deepened. "I barely know the girl. What could she possibly want?" The house elf merely bowed. "She says it concerns a golden thread and Mr. Harry Potter, miss." Daphne felt her heart skip a beat, then immediately chided herself for the reaction. Rising with practiced grace, she schooled her features into their customary mask of polite indifference. "Very well. I'll see her." Luna Lovegood looked completely out of place in the formal elegance of the Greengrass family's blue parlor. She wore bright yellow robes and appeared to be examining the enchanted ceiling mural with intense fascination. "Lovegood," Daphne greeted coolly. "To what do I owe this unexpected visit?" "Oh, hello Daphne," Luna said, turning from the ceiling with a smile. "Your home has a lovely infestation of blue-winged pixie wimps. They're said to be drawn to old magic, you know." Daphne's patience, never abundant to begin with, was already wearing thin. "You mentioned something about Potter?" "Yes, Harry. And Fleur Delacour too, actually. The three of you share something rather special." Luna's dreamy expression remained unchanged as she dropped this bombshell. "I beg your pardon?" Daphne's voice had gone dangerously soft. "I barely know Potter, and I've exchanged perhaps 2 words with Delacour during the tournament." Luna nodded. "That's what makes it so fascinating. The bond doesn't require prior acquaintance. It's based on magical compatibility and soul resonance." She reached into her bag and pulled out 3 identical silver bracelets. "I've made these to help you see what I can see. The threads connecting you. You are suggesting that I, Harry Potter, and Fleur Delacour share some sort of magical bond?" Daphne asked incredulously. "A triadic bond," Luna confirmed. "Quite rare. My mother documented only 17 verified cases in the last millennium." Daphne should have shown the strange girl the door immediately. Instead, she found herself asking, "Why us? What possible reason would magic have to connect a pure-blood Slytherin, a half-blood Gryffindor, and a French Vila?" Luna's smile widened. "That's the fascinating part. The most powerful triadic bonds form between complementary magics. Fire, earth, and water. Or in your case, protection, power, and perception." Despite herself, Daphne was intrigued. "And which am I supposed to be?" "Your earth, stable, deep-rooted power," Luna said without hesitation. "Fleur is fire, transformative and purifying. Harry is water, adaptive and persistent." She held out one of the silver bracelets. "Wear this the next time you experience unusual magic. It will help you see the threads." Daphne made no move to take it. "And why should I care about these supposed threads?" Luna's dreamy expression cleared for a moment, her silver eyes suddenly sharp and focused. "Because Voldemort has returned, and Harry Potter will need both of you before the end." The use of the Dark Lord's name made Daphne flinch. Few in Slytherin House believed Potter's claim that he who must not be named had returned, but Daphne's father had been unusually tense since the end of the tournament, warding their home with additional protections and having hushed conversations with her mother late into the night. "I'll consider it," Daphne said finally, accepting the bracelet. It felt warm in her palm, almost alive. Luna nodded, seemingly satisfied. "The threads don't like being ignored," she said, echoing her words to Fleur. "They tend to make themselves known in rather spectacular ways when denied." After Luna departed, Daphne stood in the parlor for a long while, examining the delicate silver bracelet. It was beautifully crafted, with tiny runes etched along its surface that she didn't recognize. Against her better judgment, she slipped it onto her wrist. Nothing happened. Feeling slightly foolish, Daphne was about to remove it when an image of Harry Potter flashed unbidden through her mind. Immediately, the bracelet warmed against her skin, and for just an instant, she saw it, a golden thread extending from her wrist, pulsing with light before fading from view. "Impossible," she whispered. Harry Potter sat cross-legged on his bed at number 4, Privet Drive, surrounded by scattered copies of the Daily Prophet. Each headline seemed worse than the last, not because they reported Voldemort's return, but because they didn't. Instead, they painted Harry as a delusional attention-seeker and Dumbledore as a senile old man. He crumpled the latest edition and threw it across the room in frustration. 2 weeks since Cedric's death. 2 weeks of nightmares and isolation. His friends' letters were brief and uninformative, clearly written under instruction not to tell him anything important. Even Sirius had been frustratingly vague. A soft tapping at his window drew his attention. An unfamiliar tawny owl peered in at him, a small package tied to its leg. Cautiously, Harry let the owl in and relieved it of its burden. The owl didn't wait for a response, taking off as soon as it was freed of its delivery. The package contained a silver bracelet and a note written in an unfamiliar, dreamy script. "Harry, the threads of fate have begun to weave. When you feel magic stirring without casting, wear this bracelet and look carefully. You're not alone in this fight, even when you feel most isolated. Your friend, Luna Lovegood. P.S. Raxperts can't penetrate silver. This might help clear your thoughts." Harry frowned at the cryptic message. He liked Luna well enough, she had a refreshing honesty about her, but this message made little sense. He examined the bracelet curiously. It looked harmless, though finely crafted, with tiny symbols etched into the metal that seemed to shift slightly when he wasn't looking directly at them. With a shrug, he set it aside on his nightstand. He had more pressing concerns than mysterious jewelry. That night, the nightmare came again. The graveyard. Cedric falling. Voldemort rising from the cauldron. Kill the spare. Harry tossed in his sleep, sweat beading on his forehead. In the dream, Voldemort raised his wand, but this time, instead of dueling Harry, he turned toward 2 shadowy figures that hadn't been there before. With a jolt of terror, Harry recognized the silhouettes of 2 women, one tall with flowing silver blonde hair, the other with the proud posture of a pure-blood aristocrat. "No!" Harry shouted, reaching out instinctively to protect them. He woke with a gasp, bolting upright in bed. What shocked him into full wakefulness wasn't the nightmare itself, those were common enough now, but the golden light emanating from his fingertips. Tendrils of magic drifted from his hands like luminous smoke, curling and twisting before dissipating into the darkness of his bedroom. Heart pounding, Harry stared at his hands. He wasn't casting a spell. He didn't even have his wand. This was wandless, wordless magic, something he'd never managed before, even in his most desperate moments. With trembling fingers, he reached for Luna's bracelet and slipped it onto his wrist. The effect was immediate and astonishing. The golden light coalesced into 2 distinct threads extending from his chest, stretching out through the walls of his bedroom toward some distant destination he couldn't see. One thread pulsed with a warm, fierce energy that reminded him of Phoenix Song. The other had a cool, steady glow like moonlight on water. Both felt intimately familiar, though he couldn't explain why. As quickly as they had appeared, the threads faded from view, leaving Harry in darkness once more. But the memory of them lingered, along with a strange certainty that he wasn't alone. For the first time since returning to Privet Drive, he fell back asleep without fear of nightmares. Fleur couldn't focus on the translation work her new department had assigned. Her mind kept drifting back to the encounter with Luna Lovegood and the strange book she'd been given. After 3 days of resisting, she had finally read the passage on triadic bonds the previous night. The ancient text described them as the rarest form of magical connection, wherein three individuals of complementary magical natures are bound by fate and choice alike. Unlike traditional bonds, the triadic connection allows each participant to access and amplify the other's magical strengths without diminishing their individuality. It sounded preposterous. And yet, Fleur had experienced unexplained bursts of magic twice now. Once while dreaming of the maze from the third task, when she'd awakened to find her bedroom filled with a silvery protective light she hadn't consciously cast. The second time had been during a heated argument with her mother about her decision to improve her English by accepting a position at Gringotts' London branch. In the midst of her frustration, she'd thought fleetingly of Harry Potter's stubborn determination, and suddenly the teacup on the table between them had shattered. Not from anger, Fleur had long since learned to control her Vila temper, but from a surge of unfamiliar magic that had briefly flowed through her. A knock on her office door interrupted her thoughts. "Enter," she called in French. Her supervisor poked his head in. "Mademoiselle Delacour, you have a visitor. A British gentleman." He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "From Gringotts Bank. Shall I send him in?" Fleur straightened her robes and nodded. This must be about her application for the international liaison position. The man who entered was not what she expected. Tall and handsome, with long red hair tied back in a ponytail and a fawn earring dangling from one ear, he looked more like a rock musician than a banker. "Bill Weasley," he introduced himself with a warm smile, extending his hand. "Cursebreaker for Gringotts. I understand you're interested in joining our London branch?" "Fleur Delacour," she replied, shaking his hand firmly. "Yes, I've applied for ZE position in international cooperation." Bill nodded, taking the seat she indicated. "Your application was impressive. Top marks in charms, fluent in 3 languages, and a Triwizard champion to boot." His expression grew more serious. "Though I should mention, given recent events in Britain, it might not be the most peaceful time to relocate." Fleur's eyes narrowed slightly. "You mean ZE return of your Dark Lord?" If Bill was surprised by her bluntness, he didn't show it. "Yes. The ministry's denying it officially, but some of us know the truth." He studied her face. "You believe it happened, don't you?" "I was ZER when Harry Potter returned with Cedric Diggory's body," Fleur said quietly. "I saw his face. Some things cannot be faked." Bill nodded slowly. "My brother Ron is Harry's best friend. Our family stands with Harry." He hesitated, then added, "The reason I volunteered to handle your application personally is that, well, we could use more allies who understand what we're facing." "Your family is fighting?" Fleur asked, intrigued despite herself. This conversation was veering far from the job interview she had expected. "Not officially. But yes, preparations are being made." Bill leaned forward. "The position at Gringotts is genuine, and you're qualified for it. But I wanted to be transparent about the situation you'd be walking into." Fleur thought of Luna Lovegood's words, "Voldemort has returned, and Harry Potter will need both of you before the end." The strange golden threads she'd glimpsed while wearing Luna's bracelet pulsed in her memory. "I am not afraid of difficult situations, Mr. Weasley," she said firmly. "When can I start?" Daphne's summer had taken an unexpected turn with the arrival of Theodore Nott and his father at Greengrass Manor. The elder Nott and her father had sequestered themselves in the study for hours, leaving Daphne to entertain Theodore in the garden. "Your roses are particularly vibrant this year," Theodore observed, brushing a finger along a crimson petal. "My mother tried for years to achieve this shade, but never succeeded." "My mother has a particular talent with magical horticulture," Daphne replied politely, maintaining the careful distance between them as they walked. She had known Theodore since childhood, but never felt comfortable in his presence. There was a calculating coldness behind his polite facade that set her on edge. "I imagine our fathers are discussing the marriage contract," Theodore said casually, as if commenting on the weather. Daphne halted mid-step. "I beg your pardon." Theodore smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Surely you've anticipated this, Daphne. With the changing political landscape, our families would be natural allies. The Knott's political connections combined with the Greengrass fortune." He shrugged elegantly. "It makes perfect sense. I was not aware that my future was being decided without my consultation," Daphne said, her voice frosty. "And what exactly do you mean by changing political landscape?" Theodore's smile thinned. "Don't play naive, Daphne. It doesn't suit you. We both know what Potter claimed after the tournament. Some believe him. And you?" He stepped closer. "I believe in backing the winning side. My father has certain information that suggests Potter wasn't entirely delusional." His voice dropped to a near whisper. "The Dark Lord has returned, and the old alliances are being rekindled. Our marriage would cement the Greengrass family's position." Daphne fought to keep her expression neutral despite the chill that ran down her spine. The Greengrass family has traditionally remained neutral in such conflicts. "Neutrality is a luxury of peacetime," Theodore countered. "When war comes, and it will come, Daphne, there will be only those who stand with him and those who stand against him." His hand closed around her wrist, his fingers brushing against Luna's bracelet. "I'm offering you protection." The moment his skin touched the silver bracelet, Daphne felt a surge of magic rush through her. Golden light suddenly flared between them, and Theodore was thrown backward several feet, landing hard on the manicured lawn. "What in Salazar's name was that?" he demanded, scrambling to his feet, his usual composure shattered. Daphne stared at her bracelet in shock. The golden thread was visible now, pulsing angrily as if in response to a threat. For a fleeting moment, she felt a distant echo of emotions not her own: concern, determination, and something that felt oddly like Harry Potter's magical signature. "I think you should leave," she said quietly. "Daphne, now, Theodore." Her voice was steel. "And you can inform your father that while I cannot speak for my family's political alliances, I can assure you that there will be no marriage contract with the House of Knott." His face darkened with anger. "You're making a mistake." "Perhaps," she acknowledged. "But it's my mistake to make." After the Knotts departed, Daphne sought out her father in his study. Augustus Greengrass looked up from his paperwork as she entered, his expression weary. "I take it your conversation with young Mr. Knott did not go well?" he asked. "Was there truly a marriage contract being discussed?" Daphne countered, too agitated to observe the usual formalities. Her father sighed, setting down his quill. "Theodore's father proposed the alliance, yes. I was not inclined to accept." Daphne's surprise must have shown on her face, because her father continued, "The Greengrass family has maintained neutrality for generations, Daphne. Elliot Knott made it clear that such neutrality would no longer be respected, given recent developments." "You believe that the Dark Lord has returned," Daphne stated. It wasn't a question. Augustus Greengrass was quiet for a long moment. "I believe we must proceed as if it were true," he finally said. "The consequences of disbelief, should Potter's claims prove accurate, would be devastating." He studied his daughter's face. "But that is not what truly troubles you today, is it?" Daphne hesitated, then removed the silver bracelet from her wrist and placed it on his desk. "Have you ever heard of triadic bonds, father?" Harry's unexpected rescue from Privet Drive came after his encounter with Dementors in the alleyway near his home. One moment he'd been defending himself and his cousin from the soul-sucking creatures, and the next he was being whisked away by a contingent of witches and wizards calling themselves his advance guard. Now he found himself in the gloomy confines of Number 12, Grimmauld Place, the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix and his godfather's ancestral home. After the initial joy of reuniting with Sirius, Ron, and Hermione, Harry had quickly grown frustrated by the adults' refusal to include him in any meaningful discussions about Voldemort's activities. "They're treating me like a child," Harry complained as he, Ron, and Hermione worked to clean one of the many dusty bedrooms. I'm the one who saw him return. I'm the one he's after. But apparently, I don't need to know any of their plans. It is frustrating, Hermione agreed, carefully removing a nest of dead doxies from behind a curtain. But the Order is made up of qualified wizards, Harry. They know what they're doing. Do they? Harry countered. Because from where I'm standing, all they're doing is having meetings while Voldemort gathers his forces unchallenged. Ron flinched at the name but nodded supportively. Mom's been dead annoying about keeping us out of it too. Though Fred and George's extendable ears have helped a bit. Not since Mum found them, Ginny interjected, entering the room with a tray of sandwiches. She's been using imperturbable charms on the kitchen door. Harry sighed in frustration, absently rubbing the silver bracelet he'd taken to wearing. He hadn't mentioned Luna's strange gift to his friends yet, nor the golden threads he occasionally glimpsed when his emotions ran high. It felt too personal somehow, too difficult to explain. There's going to be another arrival today, Ginny said, changing the subject. Someone new joining the Order. Bill's bringing them after work. Who? Ron asked through a mouthful of sandwich. Dunno. But Mom's been cleaning the small bedroom on the 3rd floor all morning, so I reckon they're staying. Harry felt an inexplicable tingle run up his arm from the bracelet. Before he could ponder it further, the sound of the front door opening echoed up the stairs, followed immediately by the screeching of Mrs. Black's portrait. Filth. Scum. Half-breeds and blood traitors befouling the house of my fathers. Charming welcome, came a feminine voice with a distinct French accent. Harry froze, the half-eaten sandwich falling from his suddenly numb fingers. He knew that voice. Without thinking, he raced from the room and down the stairs, skidding to a halt in the gloomy entrance hall. Bill Weasley was helping a beautiful young woman with silvery blonde hair remove her traveling cloak. Fleur Delacour. The moment their eyes met, Harry felt a jolt like static electricity run through his entire body. The bracelet on his wrist grew warm, and for a split second, a golden thread of light visibly connected them before fading from view. From Fleur's widened eyes and the way her hand flew to her own wrist, where a silver bracelet identical to his own gleamed, Harry knew she had seen it too. "Harry," she breathed, a complex mix of emotions crossing her beautiful face. It seems Luna was right after all. Fleur's arrival at Grimmauld Place created a stir among its inhabitants. Mrs. Weasley seemed particularly frosty toward the beautiful French witch, while the twins were falling over themselves to be helpful. Ron had turned an impressive shade of red and could barely string 2 words together in her presence. Harry, however, found himself unusually comfortable in Fleur's company. The initial shock of seeing her had given way to a strange sense of familiarity, as though they had known each other far longer than their brief acquaintance during the tournament. That evening, after dinner, Fleur discreetly motioned for Harry to follow her into the gloomy library. Once they were alone, she closed the door and cast a quick silencing charm. "We need to talk about this," she said without preamble, holding up her wrist to display the silver bracelet. "Luna Lovegood gave me one identical to yours. She told me about the triadic bond." Harry blinked in confusion. "The what? You've not been told?" Fleur's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Luna did not explain when she gave you the bracelet?" "Luna just said something cryptic about threads of fate," Harry replied. "She didn't explain what it meant." Fleur sighed, gesturing for him to sit in one of the dusty armchairs while she took another. A triadic bond is an ancient form of magical connection between 3 complementary magical beings. It is extremely rare and very powerful. She hesitated, then added, "According to Luna, you and I are 2 points of such a bond." "And the third?" Harry asked, though some part of him already suspected the answer. "A girl named Daphne Greengrass." Harry frowned. "Greengrass? She's in Slytherin, my year. I don't think we've ever spoken." I have never met her either, Fleur admitted. But I've been researching since Luna approached me. She reached into her robes and withdrew a small, ancient-looking book. This explains the theory behind such bonds. When three magically compatible individuals come into proximity, particularly during times of great magical stress, such as the Triwizard Tournament, the potential for a bond can activate. But what does this bond actually do? Harry asked, bewildered. And why us? The bond amplifies our magic when we work together, Fleur explained. It allows us to draw on each other's strengths. As for why us? She shrugged elegantly. Magic works in mysterious ways. Luna believes it is because we represent complementary magical natures, fire, earth, and water. Harry ran a hand through his already messy hair. This is mental. So what, we're just supposed to find Greengrass and, what? Tell her we're magically bonded now? According to Luna, she already knows, Fleur said. She has the third bracelet. Their conversation was interrupted by a soft knock at the door. Hermione poked her head in, looking apologetic. Sorry to interrupt, but Mrs. Weasley wants help with the drawing room. Those curtains are infested with doxies again. As Harry rose to follow Hermione, Fleur caught his wrist. The contact sent another spark of magic between them, visible for just an instant as a golden filament connecting their bracelets. We will continue this discussion later, she said softly. But, Harry, be prepared. Luna warned me that the threads do not like being ignored. They magic will manifest whether we embrace it or not. The day of Harry's disciplinary hearing arrived with grim inevitability. Despite Mr. Weasley's reassurances, Harry could barely eat breakfast, his stomach twisted into knots at the prospect of possible expulsion from Hogwarts. As he pushed eggs around his plate, Fleur sat beside him, her presence oddly calming. You will be fine, she said quietly. Dumbledore will not let them expel you for defending yourself. Thanks, Harry muttered, not entirely convinced. Under the table, Fleur discreetly touched her bracelet to his. A faint golden glow briefly connected them, and Harry felt a surge of confidence that wasn't entirely his own flow through him. What was that? He whispered. Fleur smiled mysteriously. A little support from Z Bond. I can share my confidence with you when we are in contact. Before Harry could respond, Mr. Weasley appeared in the doorway. Time to go, Harry. The hearing itself was far more intimidating than Harry had anticipated. Instead of the simple disciplinary meeting Mr. Weasley had described, Harry found himself facing the entire Wizengamot in courtroom 10, with Cornelius Fudge clearly determined to see him convicted. As Fudge read out the charges, Harry felt a curious warmth spreading from the bracelet on his wrist. Despite the intimidating surroundings, he found himself able to answer questions clearly and confidently, drawing on a reserve of calm he hadn't known he possessed. When Mrs. Figg was called to testify about the Dementor attack, Harry noticed something strange. The silver bracelet on his wrist was glowing faintly, and if he focused just right, he could see a thread of golden light stretching from it, through the wall of the courtroom, towards some distant point. Somehow, he knew it connected to Fleur, waiting anxiously back at Grimmauld Place. But there was a second thread too, fainter but definitely present, extending in a different direction. Towards Daphne Greengrass, wherever she might be. The realization was so distracting that Harry almost missed Dumbledore's closing argument. When the vote came, clearing him of all charges, the golden threads pulsed brightly for a moment, as if in celebration, before fading from view once more. Daphne Greengrass stood on platform 9 3/4, maintaining her customary mask of cool indifference despite her inner turmoil. Her father's words from their last conversation echoed in her mind, "Trust your instincts, Daphne. If this bond is real, it could change everything. But remember, no one must know until you're certain of your path." The silver bracelet felt heavy on her wrist, hidden beneath the sleeve of her robes. She had spent the remainder of her summer researching triadic bonds, confirming what Luna had told her and discovering even more besides. Most notably, that such bonds could only fully form with the willing participation of all three members. She had not yet decided if she wanted that. Attachment to Harry Potter was dangerous in the current climate, particularly for a Slytherin. And as for Fleur Delacour, Daphne knew nothing about her beyond her reputation as a Triwizard champion. "Who are you looking for?" came Tracy Davis's voice beside her. Daphne's closest friend among the Slytherins was observant, too observant sometimes. "No one," Daphne replied smoothly, turning away from her surveillance of the platform. "Shall we find a compartment?" As they boarded the train, Daphne deliberately chose a compartment far from where she'd spotted Potter's friends gathering. The last thing she needed was an awkward confrontation before she'd decided how to handle this situation. The journey passed uneventfully until about halfway to Hogwarts, when their compartment door slid open to reveal Draco Malfoy and his ever-present shadows, Crabbe and Goyle. "Greengrass, Davis," Malfoy acknowledged with a nod that was almost respectful. Unlike many of his peers, Draco recognized the political importance of the Greengrass family and generally treated Daphne with courtesy. "I trust you had a pleasant summer?" "Quite," Daphne replied noncommittally. "And yours?" Something like smug satisfaction flitted across Malfoy's pointed features. "Enlightening. My father has been very involved in ministry affairs lately." He leaned against the doorframe. "I heard Theodore not visited your family estate this summer. Any announcements forthcoming?" Daphne's expression remained impassive, but she felt a flare of irritation. News traveled fast in pure-blood circles. The Knots were guests, nothing more. Malfoy raised an eyebrow but didn't press the issue. "Things are changing this year," he said instead, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Potter and his blood traitor friends are in for a nasty shock." "Is that so?" Daphne's tone betrayed nothing of her sudden interest. "Father says the ministry's finally taking control at Hogwarts. They're sending someone to keep an eye on Dumbledore." Malfoy smirked. "About time too, after that ridiculous story about the Dark Lord's return." Before Daphne could respond, a commotion erupted from a compartment further down the train. Angry voices rose in volume, and she recognized one of them as Potter's. "Speaking of Potter," Malfoy sneered, "sounds like he's making a scene already. I think I'll go remind him of his place." He turned, Crabbe and Goyle falling into step behind him. Something twisted in Daphne's chest, alarm, she realized with surprise. Without thinking, her hand closed around the silver bracelet beneath her sleeve. A single thought formed in her mind: don't let them provoke you, Potter. The bracelet warmed beneath her fingers, and she felt rather than saw the golden thread extending from it, connecting her to Potter's location down the train. When Malfoy and his cronies returned some minutes later, they looked oddly subdued. Prefects were there, Draco muttered by way of explanation, though something in his expression suggested more had happened. After they departed, Tracy turned to Daphne with narrowed eyes. "What did you just do?" "I don't know what you mean," Daphne replied calmly, though her heart was racing. "Don't give me that, Daph. I saw you grab your wrist when Malfoy went after Potter, and then you got this strange look on your face." Tracy leaned closer. "You did something. Magic, without a wand or an incantation." Daphne hesitated, weighing her options. Tracy was loyal and discreet, as close to a true friend as Daphne allowed herself in Slytherin. "If I tell you, you must swear not to repeat it to anyone," she finally said. "Not your family, not our housemates. No one." Tracy's eyes widened at Daphne's seriousness, but she nodded. "I swear on my magic." The oath surprised Daphne, such promises weren't made lightly. Slowly, she pushed back her sleeve to reveal the silver bracelet. "I'm part of a triadic bond," she said simply. "An ancient magical connection." Tracy gasped. "Those are incredibly rare. Who are the other two?" "Surely not," she broke off, eyes widening in realization. Potter? Is that why you warned him just now? Daphne nodded reluctantly. Potter and Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons champion. Merlin's beard, Tracy breathed. That's going to complicate things, with what's coming. What exactly is coming, Tracy? Daphne asked sharply. You know something. Tracy glanced around nervously, then cast a quick Muffliato charm, a spell their head of house, Professor Snape, had taught his favorite students. My father heard from Avery that the Dark Lord is gathering followers again. It's really happening, Daph. And he's particularly interested in Harry Potter. The confirmation sent a chill down Daphne's spine. Does your family, we're neutral, like yours, Tracy said quickly. But father says neutrality might not be an option for long. Daphne thought of Theodore Knott's similar warning and the golden threads that had protected her from his unwanted advances. I'm beginning to think the same thing, she murmured. The welcoming feast brought the unwelcome news of Dolores Umbridge's appointment as defense against the dark arts professor. Her simpering speech about progress for progress's sake and pruning practices that ought to be prohibited made Daphne's skin crawl. As a Slytherin well-versed in political doublespeak, she recognized the message beneath Umbridge's saccharine delivery. The ministry was interfering at Hogwarts, and change was coming, change that would not favor Dumbledore or Potter. From across the Great Hall, Daphne allowed herself a brief glance at the Gryffindor table. Potter looked pale and tense, his jaw clenched as he listened to Umbridge's speech. The urge to reach out through the bond, to offer some kind of reassurance, took Daphne by surprise. She suppressed it firmly. After the feast, as students filed out of the Great Hall, Daphne found herself briefly caught in the crush near the doors. Suddenly, Potter was beside her, jostled by the crowd into her path. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Potter's widened in recognition, not of her face, she realized, but of the magic that surged between them as their bracelet-clad wrists brushed against each other. A golden thread briefly materialized, visible only to them, connecting their bracelets for a heartbeat before the crowd separated them again. Greengrass, Potter acknowledged quietly, a question in his eyes. Not here, she murmured, glancing meaningfully at the surrounding students. Ollery. Tomorrow. Dawn. He gave an almost imperceptible nod before Hermione Granger pulled him away, chattering about prefect duties. Daphne continued toward the dungeons, her heart beating faster than usual. Tomorrow, she would face both Potter and this bond directly. Tonight, she needed to decide what she was going to do about it. Fleur's first day working at Gringotts had been exhausting. The goblins were demanding taskmasters, and her role as an international liaison required perfect translation of complex financial documents between French, English, and gobbledygook. By the time she returned to her small flat in Diagon Alley, she wanted nothing more than a hot bath and sleep. But the moment she closed her door, she felt a now familiar warmth from her bracelet. Looking down, she saw the golden thread pulsing more brightly than ever before. Concentrating, she followed the thread in her mind, sensing rather than seeing where it led. One direction pointed toward Scotland, toward Hogwarts, toward Harry. The other was also at Hogwarts now. Daphne Greengrass. Something had happened. The threads were becoming more tangible, the connection stronger. Fleur closed her eyes, focusing on the sensation. If she concentrated hard enough, she could almost feel what Harry was feeling, a mixture of anxiety, determination, and a strange sort of hope. From Daphne, there was only guarded curiosity and careful calculation. They had met, Fleur realized. Harry and Daphne had finally come face to face as conscious participants in the bond. Without really understanding how she knew what to do, Fleur placed her hand over her bracelet and sent a pulse of her own magic through the connection. I am here too, she projected. The three of us will meet soon. Miles away at Hogwarts, Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass each felt a gentle wave of warmth wash over them, carrying a sense of Fleur's presence with it. The threads were growing stronger indeed. Dawn found Harry climbing the steps to the Ollery, his breath forming misty clouds in the chilly September air. He had slipped away from Gryffindor Tower before his roommates awakened, leaving a note for Ron claiming he wanted to send a letter to Sirius. To his surprise, Daphne Greengrass was already there, standing by the large window that overlooked the Hogwarts grounds. Morning light gilded her profile, highlighting the aristocratic lines of her face and the rich chestnut tones in her dark hair. She turned as he entered, her expression composed but alert. "Potter." "Greengrass," he replied, suddenly uncertain how to proceed. What exactly did one say to a person they were mysteriously bonded to but had never properly met? Daphne solved the problem by extending her wrist, displaying her silver bracelet. "Luna Lovegood gave you one of these as well, I presume?" Harry nodded, pushing up his sleeve to show his matching bracelet. "And told me basically nothing about what it means." Fleur explained a bit, but... He shrugged. "It still sounds mental to me." A ghost of a smile touched Daphne's lips. "Quite. And yet." She raised her bracelet, and Harry instinctively did the same. As they brought the silver bands near each other, a golden thread of light sprang into existence between them, pulsing with magical energy. "That's not something we can dismiss as coincidence," Daphne said softly. "No," Harry agreed, watching the thread shimmer. "But why us? We've barely even spoken before yesterday." "The bond doesn't require prior acquaintance," Daphne explained, echoing what Fleur had told him. "It forms based on magical compatibility and complementary natures. Apparently, the three of us represent fire, earth, and water, though I'm still researching what exactly that means in practical terms." Harry studied her face. In all their years at Hogwarts, he had never really noticed Daphne Greengrass. She kept to herself among the Slytherins, neither joining in Malfoy's bullying nor standing against it. The Ice Queen, Ron had once called her in passing. Yet now, looking at her properly, Harry sensed a depth of character and intelligence that intrigued him. And underneath her carefully controlled exterior, he caught glimpses, through the bond, of fierce determination and a strong moral compass that surprised him. "What does the bond actually do?" he asked finally. "Besides these golden threads, I mean." Daphne leaned against the window sill, her posture relaxed despite the seriousness of their conversation. "According to my research, quite a lot. It allows us to share magic, amplifying our collective power. It can create a mental connection, not mind reading, but a general sense of each other's emotions and well-being. And in times of great need, it allows us to call on each other's magical strengths." "That could be useful," Harry admitted, thinking of Voldemort's return and the challenges that surely lay ahead. "Indeed," Daphne agreed. "Though it also creates certain vulnerabilities. The bond works both ways, after all." The implication was clear. By accepting the bond, Daphne would be tying herself to Harry Potter, a dangerous association in the coming conflict. Harry met her gaze directly. "I wouldn't ask you to put yourself at risk. If you want no part of this, I understand." Something flickered in Daphne's eyes, surprise, perhaps, at his immediate consideration for her safety. "I haven't decided yet," she said honestly. "But I do know one thing, this bond formed for a reason. Magic this ancient and powerful doesn't activate randomly." Harry nodded slowly. "Fleur felt something too, last night." "Did you?" "Yes," Daphne confirmed. "A sense of her presence. She's in London, I think." "Working at Gringotts," Harry supplied. "She arrived at, where I'm staying, a few days before term started." Daphne raised an eyebrow at his careful phrasing but didn't press for details. "We need to meet. All three of us, together. The first Hogsmeade weekend isn't until October, but perhaps," she broke off suddenly, her head tilting as if listening to something only she could hear. Harry felt it too, a warning pulse through the bond, a sense of approaching danger. Someone's coming, Daphne whispered, moving quickly away from him. We can't be seen together, not yet. Before Harry could respond, the Ollery door creaked open, and Filch's wheezing breath echoed up the stone staircase. Without another word, Daphne slipped behind a large stone column, vanishing from sight. Harry busied himself with Hedwig, pretending to attach a letter to her leg as Filch emerged into the Ollery, Mrs. Norris at his heels. "Ah, Potter," the caretaker wheezed, his rheumy eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Up early, aren't we? What mischief brings you to the Ollery at dawn?" "Just sending a letter," Harry replied, grateful that he'd actually brought one as cover. Filch glared at him suspiciously but found nothing incriminating. After a few more minutes of hovering menacingly, he departed, muttering to his cat about troublemaking students. When his footsteps faded, Daphne emerged from her hiding place. "That was close," she murmured. "We need to be more careful. Umbridge is watching you, Potter. And by extension, anyone associated with you." "Harry," he said suddenly. Daphne blinked. "Pardon? If we're going to be magically bonded or whatever this is, you might as well call me Harry," he said with a wry smile. A hint of amusement crossed Daphne's face. "Very well. Harry. Then I suppose you should call me Daphne." "Daphne," he repeated, the name feeling strange yet somehow right on his tongue. "So what now?" "Now," she said, pulling a small piece of parchment from her robes and pressing it into his hand, "we plan. That's my schedule and the safest times to contact me. We'll need to coordinate with Delacour to arrange a meeting." She glanced toward the brightening sky. "We should go separately. Wait 5 minutes after I leave." Harry nodded, recognizing the practical wisdom in her caution. "Daphne," he called softly as she reached the door. "Thank you for not dismissing this outright." She paused, looking back at him with an unreadable expression. "Don't thank me yet, Harry Potter. I still haven't decided where I stand." But the faint smile that accompanied her words belied their caution. As she disappeared down the stairs, Harry looked down at the golden thread still faintly visible between his bracelet and the space where hers had been. Whatever this strange bond was, it felt right somehow. And in a world that had become increasingly dark and uncertain, that small certainty was something to hold on to. Fleur's second week at Gringotts brought an unexpected opportunity. Bill Weasley approached her desk late Friday afternoon, looking somewhat apologetic. "Sorry to spring this on you last minute," he said, "but we've got a situation that could use your expertise. One of our clients needs an on-site assessment of a cursed artifact in Scotland. Usually I'd handle it myself, but I'm scheduled for a high-security vault inspection that can't be postponed." Fleur immediately sensed the potential. "Scotland? Near Hogsmeade, perhaps?" Bill looked surprised. "Actually, yes. An old wizarding estate just outside the village." "How did you know?" "Lucky guess," Fleur replied smoothly. "When would I need to go?" "Tomorrow morning. You'd take a port key to Hogsmeade, assess the artifact, and return by evening." Bill studied her face. "I know it's short notice and technically outside your liaison duties, but you mentioned having curse-breaking experience from your Beauxbatons training." "I would be happy to help," Fleur said, perhaps a bit too eagerly. Bill grinned. "Brilliant. I'll set up the port key for 7 tomorrow morning." He hesitated, then added, "I should mention, this might give you a chance to visit with Harry and my siblings at Hogwarts, if you'd like. Students are allowed in Hogsmeade on weekends." "What a fortunate coincidence," Fleur murmured, already planning how to contact Harry and Daphne. "I will certainly try to make time for that." That evening, Fleur penned 2 identical notes. After a moment's consideration, she charmed them with a simple privacy spell that would make the text appear as mundane correspondence to anyone but the intended recipients. To Harry and Daphne, they would reveal her true message: the threads of fate have woven an opportunity. I will be in Hogsmeade tomorrow on business. Meet me at the Hog's Head Inn at noon. Come separately. It's time the three of us spoke directly. FD. She dispatched the notes with her owl, then turned her attention to Luna Lovegood's book once more. There was a particular passage about the initial synchronization of a triadic bond that she wanted to review before tomorrow's meeting. If they were to explore this connection properly, they needed to understand what they were dealing with. The passage she sought described a ritual, simple but powerful, that would allow the three participants to consciously connect through the bond for the first time, giving them control rather than leaving the magic to manifest randomly and potentially dangerously. As Fleur read, the silver bracelet on her wrist pulsed gently, as if in anticipation. The first week of classes had been a disaster. Umbridge's defense against the dark arts lessons were a joke, all theory, no practical application, and Harry's outburst about Voldemort's return had earned him detention every evening. Now, as he trudged back to Gryffindor Tower after another painful session with Umbridge's cursed quill, all he wanted was sleep. Instead, he found Hermione waiting for him in the common room, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. "Let me see your hand," she demanded without preamble. Too tired to argue, Harry extended his right hand, revealing the raw, bleeding words etched into his skin, "I must not tell lies." Hermione gasped in horror. "Harry, this is torture." "She's using a blood quill, they're illegal except in official contract signings. You have to report this to Professor McGonagall." "And what would that accomplish?" Harry asked wearily. "Umbridge has the ministry behind her. All it would do is prove to her that she's getting to me." "Then at least let me help with the pain," Hermione insisted, pulling a small bottle from her pocket. "Essence of Myrtlap. It should soothe the cuts." As Harry soaked his hand in the solution, blessed relief spreading through the abused flesh, an owl tapped at the window. Hermione let it in, accepting the small scroll tied to its leg. "It's for you," she said, handing it to Harry. He opened it carefully, conscious of Hermione watching. The parchment appeared to contain a simple greeting and inquiry about his classes, but as he read, the words shifted, revealing Fleur's actual message about meeting in Hogsmeade. "Just a note from Fleur," he said casually. "Checking how I'm settling in." Hermione looked skeptical but didn't press the issue. "You should get some rest, Harry. And keep using the Myrtlap essence." Later, in the privacy of his bed with the curtains drawn, Harry examined the now normal parchment. "Tomorrow. Noon. The Hog's Head Inn." All three of them together for the first time. His hand throbbed dully, the words carved into his skin a constant reminder of the Ministry's determination to silence him. But the silver bracelet on his wrist gleamed in the dim light, and when he touched it, he felt a distant sense of calm determination flowing from two different sources, Fleur and Daphne. Perhaps this strange bond was exactly what he needed right now, a connection to people who believed him, who might stand with him in the coming darkness. With that comforting thought, Harry finally drifted into sleep. Daphne's carefully ordered world had been tilting on its axis since Luna Lovegood's visit. Now, with Fleur's note tucked securely in her robes, she felt the final shift occurring. Today's meeting would determine whether she embraced this bond or tried to sever it, though her research suggested the latter might not even be possible without significant magical consequences. Slipping away to Hogsmeade without attracting attention required careful planning. Fortunately, Tracy was covering for her, telling their housemates that Daphne wasn't feeling well and was staying behind in the dormitory. Daphne timed her departure carefully, leaving the castle a good 30 minutes after most of the students had already gone. She wore a hooded cloak despite the mild weather, keeping her face partially concealed as she made her way to the Hog's Head Inn. The dingy pub was nearly empty when she arrived, perfect for their clandestine meeting. She chose a table in the back corner with good sightlines to both the front door and the rear exit, then ordered a butterbeer from the grumpy barman. Harry arrived next, slipping in with his head down, clearly trying to avoid recognition. He spotted her immediately, perhaps guided by the bond, and made his way over. "Any sign of Fleur?" he asked quietly, sliding into the chair opposite her. Daphne shook her head. "Not yet. She should be here soon." They sat in awkward silence for a moment, neither quite sure how to begin a normal conversation with someone who was essentially a stranger yet magically connected to them. "How's your hand?" Daphne asked finally, surprising herself with the question. Harry's eyes widened slightly. "How did you know about that?" "I felt it," she admitted. "Last night. A sharp pain in my right hand, though when I looked, there was nothing there." She hesitated, then added, "The bond is growing stronger, allowing physical sensations to transfer." Harry rubbed his scarred hand unconsciously. "Umbridge's detentions. She's been making me write lines with a blood quill." Daphne's eyes narrowed in genuine anger. "That's illegal." "Tell that to the ministry," Harry muttered. Before Daphne could respond, the door opened again, and Fleur entered, drawing appreciative glances from the few other patrons. She spotted them immediately, making her way gracefully to their table. "Harry, Daphne," she greeted them warmly, settling into the third chair. "Thank you both for coming." The moment the three of them were seated together, Daphne felt the change, a harmonic resonance in her magic, as if three separate notes had suddenly aligned into a perfect chord. From the expressions on Harry and Fleur's faces, they felt it too. "That's intense," Harry said, looking down at his bracelet, which was now glowing faintly. Fleur nodded, casting a subtle privacy charm around their table. "It is ZE bond recognizing all 3 points of ZE triad in proximity. This is only ZE's second time all three of us have been in the same place. The first being the Triwizard Tournament," Daphne surmised. "Though we weren't aware of the connection then." "Precisely," Fleur agreed. "Z Tournament created perfect conditions for Z bond to form, heightened emotions, magical stress, and all three of us in proximity during significant magical events." Harry leaned forward, wincing slightly as his injured hand brushed the table. "So what exactly does this mean for us? Practically speaking?" "That depends," Fleur replied, "on whether we choose to embrace ZE bond or reject it." She pulled Luna's book from her bag, opening it to a marked page. "According to this, we have 3 options. First, we can ignore Z bond and hope it fades, though that rarely happens with triadic connections once they've begun to manifest physically." "What are the risks of ignoring it?" Daphne asked pragmatically. "Unpredictable magical outbursts when we experience strong emotions," Fleur explained. "Potentially harmful magical feedback between us. And a constant, growing awareness of each other that we cannot control." Harry grimaced. "That sounds problematic." "What's the second option?" "We can perform a ritual to suppress Z bond," Fleur continued. "It would not break it completely, but it would render it dormant until such time as all three of us agreed to reactivate it." "And the third option?" Daphne prompted, though she suspected she knew the answer. Fleur met her eyes directly. "We embrace it. We complete the synchronization ritual, which would give us conscious control over the connection rather than leaving it to manifest randomly. We learn to use it, to understand its power and purpose." A heavy silence fell over the table as each of them considered the implications. Harry was the first to break it. "I think we need to be honest about what we're facing," he said quietly. "Voldemort is back." He ignored Daphne's slight flinch at the name. "The Ministry is denying it and doing everything they can to discredit me and Dumbledore. Sooner or later, there's going to be open conflict." He looked between them. "I won't ask either of you to put yourselves at risk by associating with me. If you want to suppress this bond, I'll understand." Fleur reached out, placing her hand over his injured one. A soft golden glow briefly enveloped their joined hands, and Harry's eyes widened as the pain visibly receded. "I have already chosen my side," she said firmly. "I did not return to England for this bond, Harry. I came because I believe you, and because I want to fight against the darkness that is coming." They both turned to Daphne, who sat perfectly still, her expression unreadable. Inside, however, her thoughts were racing. The Greengrass family had maintained careful neutrality for generations, avoiding the conflicts that had torn apart the wizarding world. To embrace this bond would be to abandon that neutrality, potentially putting her family at risk. And yet, the magic humming between the three of them felt right in a way she couldn't explain. More than that, it felt necessary, as if some part of her had been waiting for this connection without even knowing it. "My family has always prided itself on neutrality," she said slowly. "But I'm beginning to think true neutrality is an illusion in times like these." She touched her bracelet, watching as golden threads briefly materialized, connecting it to Harry's and Fleur's. "If the Dark Lord has truly returned, eventually everyone will have to choose a side. Perhaps this bond is magic's way of showing me where I belong." She met Harry's gaze directly. "I'm not promising to follow you blindly, Potter. I still think half your so-called adventures are the result of reckless Gryffindor impulses." A hint of a smile softened her words. "But I am willing to explore this bond and see where it leads us." Relief washed over Harry's face. "That's all I can ask." Fleur beamed at them both, then turned back to the ancient book. "In that case, I suggest we perform ZE's synchronization ritual today, while we are all together. It is relatively simple but requires a quiet place where we won't be disturbed." "Not here then," Harry said, glancing around the dingy pub. "Too many people could walk in." "I know a place," Daphne offered. "There's an abandoned gamekeeper's cottage in the woods beyond the Shrieking Shack. It's on my family's land, actually, part of an old estate we still own but rarely use. No one ever goes there." Fleur nodded approvingly. "That sounds perfect. Shall we go now?" As they rose to leave, Harry paused. "Wait, I just realized, I was supposed to meet Hermione and some other students here at the Hog's Head at 1 o'clock. Something about forming a defense study group since Umbridge won't teach us anything useful." Daphne raised an eyebrow. "You're planning to teach defense against the dark arts? Outside of official classes?" "It was Hermione's idea," Harry said defensively. "She thinks with the OWLS coming up and Umbridge refusing to let us practice spells, we need to take matters into our own hands." "She's right," Daphne said, surprising both Harry and Fleur. "Umbridge's curriculum is worse than useless. If we're not allowed to practice defensive magic, we'll be completely unprepared, not just for exams, but for what's coming." A calculating look entered her eyes. "In fact, perhaps this study group of yours could be useful to us as well. A cover for why we might be seen together occasionally." Harry looked skeptical. "You want to join a defense group with a bunch of Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws? As the only Slytherin?" "I didn't say it would be comfortable," Daphne replied dryly. "But it would be practical. Besides, I happen to be quite good at defense against the dark arts. Top of my year in Slytherin, actually." "We can discuss this later," Fleur interrupted gently. "For now, the ritual should take precedence. Harry, can you meet your friends afterward? This may take some time." Harry nodded. "Hermione can handle the initial meeting without me. I'll catch up with them later." He looked to Daphne. "Lead the way to this cottage, then." They left the Hog's Head separately, regrouping at the edge of the village before following Daphne down a narrow, little-used path that wound into the woods beyond the Shrieking Shack. As they walked, Daphne felt a growing sense of rightness, as if each step was bringing her closer not just to their destination, but to a future she was meant to pursue. The golden threads connecting their bracelets were now continuously visible to all three of them, pulsing with magic and anticipation as they prepared to fully embrace whatever destiny had brought them together. The gamekeeper's cottage was small but sturdy, nestled in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks. Though clearly abandoned for years, its magical construction had kept it largely intact against the elements. Daphne waved her wand in a complex pattern, and the door swung open to reveal a dusty but serviceable interior. "My family's magical signature still opens it," she explained, stepping inside. "No one has used this place since my grandfather's time, but the preservation charms have held." With a few quick cleaning spells from Fleur, the main room became habitable. Sunlight streamed through recently unobscured windows, illuminating the simple wooden furnishings and stone hearth. "This will be perfect," Fleur declared, placing Luna's book on the sturdy oak table at the center of the room. "The ritual requires a place connected to one of us through heritage. Your family's property fulfills that requirement, Daphne." She turned to the page describing the synchronization ritual, scanning the ancient text carefully. "It's actually quite simple in execution, though powerful in effect. We stand in a triangle formation, join hands, and recite an incantation while focusing on opening ourselves to the bond." "That's it?" Harry asked, sounding vaguely disappointed. "The simplicity is deceiving," Daphne pointed out. "Magic this ancient often requires intent and will more than elaborate wand movements." "Exactly," Fleur agreed. "The real challenge will be maintaining focus while the magic reshapes itself around us. According to this account, the sensation can be intense." Harry ran a hand through his already messy hair. "Well, it can't be worse than fighting a dragon or facing Voldemort." Daphne wasn't so sure, but she kept her doubts to herself. Instead, she helped Fleur clear a space in the center of the room while Harry kindled a small fire in the hearth to ward off the cottage's lingering chill. When everything was prepared, Fleur called them to the center of the room. "We stand here, forming a perfect triangle, facing inward." She positioned them carefully. "Now, extend your bracelet arm toward the center, so our wrists form a circle." As they did so, the golden threads connecting their bracelets brightened noticeably, weaving together into an intricate knot above their joined wrists. "The incantation is in Old French," Fleur continued, "but the meaning translates roughly to, 3 powers joined as one, separate yet united, we accept this bond of magic, mind, and spirit." She looked between them seriously. "Once we begin, we must not break physical contact until the ritual is complete, no matter what we experience. Is everyone ready?" Harry nodded firmly. Daphne took a deep breath and did the same. "Then let us begin," Fleur said. Together, they recited the ancient words Fleur had taught them. As the last syllable left their lips, the golden threads above their wrists flared blindingly bright. Daphne felt a surge of magic unlike anything she'd experienced before, raw, primal power flowing through the three of them in a continuous circuit. Images and sensations washed over her in waves. She saw through Harry's eyes as he faced the Hungarian horntail, felt his fierce determination and the exhilaration of flight. She experienced Fleur's terror when her sister was taken for the second task, followed by overwhelming relief and gratitude when Harry returned with Gabrielle from the depths of the lake. And they, in turn, were experiencing her memories, her careful navigation of Slytherin politics, her secret practice of advanced defensive magic away from prying eyes, her private doubts about pure-blood ideology despite her family's traditions. The flow of memories accelerated, moving beyond the tournament to more recent events, Harry's confrontation with Voldemort in the graveyard, Fleur's decision to join the Order of the Phoenix, Daphne's rejection of Theodore Knott's advances. Each memory carried with it the associated emotions and sensations, creating a tapestry of shared experience that bound them together more intimately than words ever could. Through it all, their magic continued to flow between them, blending and harmonizing. Daphne felt her own precise, controlled power mixing with Harry's raw, instinctive strength and Fleur's elegant, transformative skill. The combination created something entirely new, a magical synthesis greater than the sum of its parts. Just when Daphne thought she couldn't contain any more magic without breaking apart, the flow changed. The golden light surrounding them pulsed once, twice, then seemed to compress inward, flowing back into their bodies through the silver bracelets on their wrists. When the light finally faded, all three of them were breathing heavily, still maintaining their triangle formation though their arms had dropped to their sides. That was... Harry began, then stopped, apparently unable to find adequate words. Extraordinary, Daphne supplied, feeling oddly euphoric despite her exhaustion. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with unshed tears. The bond is synchronized. We are truly connected now. Experimentally, Daphne focused on the new presence she could feel at the edge of her consciousness, two distinct magical signatures that she now recognized instantly as Harry and Fleur. With a thought, she could strengthen or dim the connection, controlling how much of her own thoughts and feelings flowed through the bond. "I can feel both of you," Harry said with wonder. "Not just your emotions now, but your magic too. It's like having two extra wands I can call on." "That is exactly what it is," Fleur confirmed. "In times of need, we can now draw on each other's magical strengths. My Vela fire, Daphne's earth magic, your protective water affinity, Ari." Daphne raised an eyebrow. "Earth magic? I've never practiced elemental magic." "It's not about what you've practiced," Fleur explained. "It's about your magical nature. You felt it during the ritual, yes? The steady, deep-rooted power that characterizes your magic?" Daphne nodded slowly, remembering the sensation. "And how exactly do we access each other's magic?" "We need to practice," Fleur said. "Try something simple first. Harry, cast a Lumos." Harry drew his wand. "Lumos," he said, and the tip lit up with its usual brightness. "Now," Fleur instructed, "focus on the connection to one of us, me, for instance, and try to draw on my magic as you cast." Harry closed his eyes briefly, clearly concentrating on the bond. When he opened them, his green eyes had a hint of Fleur's blue reflected in them. "Lumos," he said again. This time, the light from his wand burst forth with extraordinary brilliance, tinged with the bluish-white of Vela fire rather than its usual pure white. The color reminded Daphne of lightning. "Whoa," Harry breathed, canceling the spell with a hasty "Nox." "Now try drawing on Daphne," Fleur suggested. Harry turned to Daphne, meeting her eyes. She felt the gentle tug on her magic and nodded her permission. This time when he cast the Lumos, the light was steady and deep gold, illuminating the cottage more thoroughly than a dozen ordinary lighting spells. "The effect is strongest when the spell aligns with the borrowed magical affinity," Fleur explained. "For example, Daphne's earth affinity would particularly enhance spells related to strength, stability, and protection. My fire affinity works best with transformation and purification. And Harry's water affinity excels at adaptation and healing." Daphne's mind was already racing with the practical applications. "So in a duel, if I needed to cast a particularly powerful shield, you could draw on Harry's protective magic to strengthen it beyond what you could manage alone," Fleur confirmed. "And this works both ways?" "All three ways, rather," Harry asked. "Yes, though it requires practice to do smoothly, especially in high-pressure situations." Fleur looked between them seriously. "We should meet regularly to train together. This bond could be crucial in the coming conflict." Daphne checked her watch and frowned. "We should head back soon. People will notice our extended absence." She looked at Harry. "And you have a defense group to organize." Harry ran a hand through his hair, looking torn. "Would you really consider joining? It could be awkward, given house rivalries." "Let me worry about that," Daphne said. "For now, go meet your friends. We can discuss the details later through the bond." She tapped her bracelet meaningfully. As they prepared to leave the cottage, Fleur placed a hand on each of their shoulders. "What we've done today cannot be undone," she said softly. "For better or worse, our magic and our fates are now intertwined." "Well," Harry said with a wry smile, "at least I'm in good company this time." The simple comment warmed Daphne in a way she hadn't expected. For years, she had carefully maintained her isolation, seeing it as strength. Now, suddenly, she was connected to two people who had seen into her very soul, and neither had turned away. Perhaps there was strength in connection after all. Harry arrived at the Hog's Head just as the meeting was breaking up. Hermione spotted him immediately, rushing over with an expression that mixed excitement and irritation. "Harry! Where have you been? You missed the entire meeting." She lowered her voice. 28 people signed up for the DA, that's what we're calling it, Dumbledore's army. "Sorry," Harry said, genuinely apologetic. "I got held up with something important." "Did everyone agree to me teaching them?" "Yes," although Zacharias Smith was rather skeptical until Fred and George threatened him with their trick wands, Hermione replied. She studied his face curiously. "You look different. Did something happen?" Harry touched his bracelet instinctively, feeling the reassuring presence of Fleur and Daphne at the edge of his consciousness. "Just had some things to sort out," he said evasively. "So, when do we start these lessons?" As Hermione explained about the logistical challenges of finding a secure meeting place, Harry found himself only half listening. The synchronized bond hummed pleasantly in the background of his awareness, like music just at the edge of hearing. He could sense Daphne returning to the castle by a different path, her presence moving steadily away from Hogsmeade. Fleur was already back at her assigned task, her magic bright and focused. "Harry, are you listening to me?" Hermione's voice broke through his distraction. "Sorry," he said quickly. "Just a bit tired." "What were you saying about the Room of Requirement?" Before Hermione could respond, the door of the Hog's Head opened, admitting a tall, blonde girl with radish earrings. Luna spotted them immediately and drifted over, smiling serenely. "Hello Harry, Hermione. I sense the threads have synchronized beautifully. The Raxperts around you are completely gone now, Harry." Harry stared at her in surprise. "You can tell?" "Oh yes," Luna nodded dreamily. "The golden light around you is much clearer now. All three strands woven together as they should be." Hermione looked between them in confusion. "What are you two talking about? What threads?" Luna merely smiled. "Sometimes the things we need most find us in unexpected ways. Don't you think?" Without waiting for an answer, she turned and drifted back out of the pub, humming softly to herself. "What was that about?" Hermione demanded, her curiosity clearly piqued. Harry hesitated, unsure how to explain something he barely understood himself. Through the bond, he felt a gentle pulse of caution from Daphne, a reminder that their connection needed to remain secret for now. "Just Luna being Luna," he said finally. "Come on, we should get back to the castle before Umbridge sends out search parties." As they walked back to Hogwarts, Harry found himself smiling despite the challenges that lay ahead. For the first time since Cedric's death and Voldemort's return, he didn't feel alone. The weight he'd been carrying seemed lighter somehow, shared across 3 sets of shoulders instead of just his own. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Chapter 2, Bound in Blood. Harry's first defense against the dark arts class after the Hogsmeade weekend proved even more infuriating than usual. Umbridge paced the front of the classroom in her fluffy pink cardigan, a simpering smile fixed on her toad-like face as she instructed them to read yet another useless chapter from their textbook. "Wands away, Mr. Finnegan," she trilled when Seamus made the mistake of placing his on his desk. "As I've explained numerous times, there will be no need for practical applications in this class." Harry felt his temper rising, the now familiar heat building behind his eyes. The words on the page blurred as he fought to control his anger. Suddenly, a cool wave of calm washed over him, so unexpected that he nearly gasped aloud. Through the bond, he sensed Daphne's presence, steady and grounding, like a hand on his shoulder. "She's trying to provoke you," came Daphne's thought, clear as if she'd whispered in his ear. "Don't give her the satisfaction." Harry glanced across the room to where Daphne sat with the other Slytherins, her expression perfectly composed as she appeared to read. Only the faint glow of her bracelet beneath her sleeve revealed she was actively using the bond. "Thanks," Harry projected back, not entirely sure if the communication worked both ways until he saw Daphne's almost imperceptible nod. Umbridge paused beside Harry's desk. "Is something amusing you, Mr. Potter?" she asked sweetly, clearly hoping to provoke another outburst. Harry looked up at her with a bland smile. "Not at all, Professor. Just appreciating the thoroughness of the text." Confusion flitted across Umbridge's face at his unexpected restraint. She'd clearly been hoping for another opportunity to assign detention. "Very well," she said, sounding almost disappointed as she moved on. By the time class ended, Harry had mastered the art of appearing attentive while mentally conversing with Daphne through their bond. It was different from speaking aloud, more like sharing impressions and emotions with occasional clear thoughts breaking through. As they filed out of the classroom, Hermione shot him a curious look. "What happened in there? I was sure you were about to explode when she made that comment about theoretical knowledge being sufficient for examination purposes." Harry shrugged, careful to keep his voice casual. "Just not worth the trouble, I guess." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "Good call, mate. Those detentions are brutal." He lowered his voice as they turned down the corridor. "Speaking of which, we've found a place for the DA to meet. Dobby told me about it, the room of requirement. It's perfect." "Brilliant," Harry said, genuinely excited. "When's our first meeting?" "Tomorrow night," Hermione replied. "I've worked out a way to communicate the time using enchanted coins." She hesitated, then added, "We had another person ask to join, by the way. After the Hog's Head meeting." "Who?" Harry asked, though something in her tone made him suspect the answer. "Daphne Greengrass." Ron stopped walking. "The Slytherin? No way. It's obviously a trap." "I don't think so," Hermione said thoughtfully. "She approached me in the library, very discreetly. Said she respected what we were doing and wanted to learn proper defense, given current events." "And you believe her?" Ron demanded. "I'm not sure," Hermione admitted. "But she made a good point. If we're truly preparing to defend ourselves against Voldemort, shouldn't we be encouraging unity between houses instead of reinforcing divisions?" Harry fought to keep his expression neutral despite the surge of admiration he felt for Daphne's clever approach. "She has a point," he said carefully. "And Greengrass has never been part of Malfoy's gang." Ron looked at Harry as if he'd grown a second head. "Have you gone mental? She's in Slytherin." "Not all Slytherins are Death Eaters, Ron," Hermione sighed. "Anyway, I told her I'd discuss it with you, Harry. It's your decision." Harry pretended to consider it. "Let her come to the first meeting," he said finally. "If anyone has serious objections after that, we can revisit the decision." Ron shook his head in disbelief but didn't argue further. As they continued toward the Great Hall for lunch, Harry felt a warm pulse of gratitude through the bond. Daphne had been listening. The room of requirement had outdone itself. When Harry entered alongside Ron and Hermione, he found a spacious training area with bookshelves full of defensive texts, practice dummies, and cushions for practicing stunning spells. Students from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw were already gathering, their excited chatter filling the room. A sudden hush fell as Daphne entered alone, her Slytherin tie conspicuous among the sea of red, yellow, and blue. She held her head high, ignoring the suspicious glances and whispers. "What's she doing here?" Zacharias Smith demanded loudly. Harry stepped forward. "I invited her," he said firmly. "Anyone who's willing to learn proper defense and who opposes Voldemort is welcome here." "And how do we know she's not going to run straight to Umbridge?" Seamus asked, voicing what many were clearly thinking. Daphne met his gaze coolly. "The same way you know none of you will. I signed Granger's parchment, which I assume contains some form of binding magical contract. She glanced at Hermione, who nodded in confirmation. Besides, Hermione added, this group is about preparing ourselves against the threat Voldemort poses. House divisions shouldn't matter when facing that kind of danger. Ginny Weasley was the first to break the tense silence that followed. Hermione's right, she said, stepping toward Daphne with an extended hand. I'm Ginny Weasley. Welcome to Dumbledore's army. Daphne shook her hand, a flicker of surprise crossing her usually composed features. Thank you. The gesture seemed to break the ice. While some still looked suspicious, the outright hostility faded, and everyone's attention returned to Harry as he began the first lesson with disarming charms. As the session progressed, it became clear that Daphne was indeed as skilled in defense as she'd claimed. Her spellwork was precise and powerful, earning grudging respect from the others. By the time they finished with shield charms, even Ron had stopped glaring in her direction. Excellent work, everyone, Harry said as the meeting drew to a close. We'll meet again next week. Check your coins for the exact time. As the students filtered out in small groups to avoid detection, Daphne lingered behind, pretending to study one of the books on defensive magic. When only Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained, she approached them. That was well conducted, Potter, she said formally, maintaining the distant facade for Ron and Hermione's benefit. Your teaching style is surprisingly effective. Thanks, Harry replied, conscious of his friend's curious looks. I had a question about the shield charm, Daphne continued smoothly. My casting seems adequate for deflecting minor hexes, but I'd like to strengthen it against more powerful spells. Would you be willing to demonstrate the more advanced technique sometime? Before Harry could respond, Ron cut in suspiciously. Why the sudden interest in advanced defense, Greengrass? Planning to duel someone? Daphne raised an eyebrow. These days, Weasley, it seems prudent to be prepared. Or hadn't you noticed the political climate? It's a reasonable request, Hermione interjected before Ron could respond. Harry, perhaps you could schedule some additional practice sessions for those wanting more advanced instruction? I'm sure others would be interested too. Good idea, Harry agreed, recognizing Hermione's diplomatic solution. I'll consider it and let everyone know through the coins. Daphne nodded, gathering her bag. I'll look forward to it then. Good evening. As she left, Harry felt her amusement through the bond. Your friends are protective. Especially Weasley. That's putting it mildly, Harry projected back. But they'll come around. Hermione's already halfway there. Indeed. Her cleverness lives up to its reputation. Meet tonight? Astronomy Tower. Midnight. Harry? Hermione's voice broke into his thoughts. Are you feeling all right? You were staring into space. Just tired, Harry said quickly. It's been a long day. Ron yawned widely. Tell me about it. Between Umbridge's useless classes and now teaching defense ourselves, I'm knackered. As they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak, Harry mentally prepared for his midnight meeting. There was much to discuss about their growing bond, and the strange new abilities it seemed to be developing. Fleur stared at the parchment on her desk, the runes swimming before her tired eyes. She'd been working on this translation for hours, but her concentration kept drifting to the bond, to Harry and Daphne at Hogwarts. Their first DA meeting had gone well, from what she'd gathered through the connection. Daphne's acceptance, though grudging from some quarters, was an important step. A knock at her office door provided a welcome distraction. Enter, she called, setting aside her quill. Bill Weasley stepped in, his dragonhide boots silent on the marble floor. Working late again, Fleur? The goblins will start thinking you're after a promotion. She smiled, gesturing for him to take a seat. Just finishing this translation for the Stockholm account. They're quite particular about their privacy enchantments. I won't keep you long then, Bill said, settling into the chair across from her. I just wanted to follow up on that cursed artifact assessment from Hogsmeade. The client was impressed with your work. It was a simple curse, Fleur demurred. Any trained cursebreaker could have handled it. Perhaps, but not many would have identified the Vila hair component in the binding spell. Bill leaned forward, his expression curious. In fact, I didn't know that was something one could detect without Vila heritage. Fleur tensed slightly. She'd been careless, using her Vila senses without thinking about how unusual it would appear. My grandmother taught me, she said, which was true enough. She felt it important that I understand my heritage, even the aspects that are less obvious to others. Bill nodded, accepting her explanation. It's impressive. The goblins were particularly pleased. They've been trying to break that specific type of curse for decades. Thank you, Fleur said, relaxing slightly. Actually, Bill continued, that's partly why I'm here. The Order could use someone with your particular talents. We've discovered an artifact with similar protective enchantments that might contain valuable information. Fleur's interest was genuinely piqued. What kind of artifact? A locket, Bill said, lowering his voice despite the privacy charms around her office. It once belonged to Salazar Slytherin himself. Dumbledore believes it may be significant in the fight against you-know-who. The mention of Slytherin sent a jolt through the bond. Daphne's awareness sharpened suddenly, as if she'd heard their conversation despite being miles away. I would be happy to examine it, Fleur said, careful to maintain her composure despite the unexpected reaction through the bond. Excellent. There's an Order meeting this weekend at headquarters. Bring your curse-breaking kit. Bill rose to leave, then paused at the door. Oh, and Fleur? My mother's making her famous roast beef. Come hungry. After he departed, Fleur closed her eyes, focusing on the connection to Daphne. Did you feel that? She projected. Yes, came Daphne's response, surprisingly clear despite the distance. Slytherin's locket. It's mentioned in our house histories. A powerful magical artifact believed lost for centuries. Why would Dumbledore think it connected to you-know-who? There was a pause, then, I don't know. But my family's library might have more information. I'll search tonight. Fleur opened her eyes, a shiver running down her spine. The synchronization ritual had strengthened their connection far beyond what she'd expected. Now, they could communicate clearly across hundreds of miles, and they seemed attuned to each other's concerns in ways the ancient text hadn't fully explained. What other abilities might develop as the bond continued to mature? And why had an artifact belonging to Slytherin created such a strong reaction through their connection? The astronomy tower was silent and dark, illuminated only by the waning moon and scattered stars. Harry arrived first, checking the Marauder's map to ensure no teachers or prefects were nearby. Daphne appeared minutes later, moving with the silent grace that seemed inherent to Slytherins. No one followed me, she said softly, joining him at the parapet. Tracy's covering for me again. She knows about the bond? Harry asked, somewhat alarmed. Daphne nodded. She's the only one. And she's sworn a magical oath not to reveal it. She glanced at him sideways. Have you told anyone? No, Harry admitted. Though Luna obviously knows, since she started all this. And I think Hermione suspects something's different about me lately. She's observant, Daphne acknowledged. We should consider bringing her into our confidence eventually. Her research skills could prove valuable. Harry leaned against the stone railing, looking out over the moonlit grounds. I felt you earlier today, in Umbridge's class. You helped me control my temper. It seemed prudent, Daphne replied with a slight smile. Your detentions with her affect all three of us now. I could feel the pain from her blood quill through the bond. Sorry about that, Harry said, genuinely contrite. Daphne waved away his apology. It's not your fault. But it did make me realize how deep this connection goes. She turned to face him fully. We need to practice more deliberately. If we can feel each other's pain, we need to learn to shield our minds, especially in dangerous situations. Like a clemency? Harry asked. Similar, but more selective. We don't want to block the bond entirely, just control what flows through it. Daphne's expression grew serious. There's something else we need to discuss. Did you feel Fleur's conversation with Bill Weasley earlier? Harry nodded. About Slytherin's locket? Yeah, it was strange. I suddenly felt so alert, like something important was happening. That was my reaction flowing through the bond, Daphne explained. The locket is a significant artifact in Slytherin history. It's said to contain powerful magic related to our house's founder. She hesitated, then added, if Dumbledore believes it's connected to the Dark Lord, that suggests something troubling. What do you mean? The Dark Lord claims to be Slytherin's heir, Daphne said quietly. If he's been collecting artifacts connected to Slytherin, it could be for rituals to enhance his power. A chill ran down Harry's spine that had nothing to do with the night air. We need to tell Dumbledore what we know. And reveal our bond? Daphne countered. Are you ready for that? Harry fell silent, considering. The bond was still new, still developing. Exposing it now might lead to interference, well-intentioned, perhaps, but interference nonetheless. And there was the question of how people would react to a Gryffindor, a Slytherin, and a Partvila sharing such an intimate magical connection. No, he said finally. Not yet. But we should help Fleur with her examination of the locket if possible. Maybe we can share information through the bond. That's what I was thinking, Daphne agreed. Speaking of which. She pulled a small leather-bound book from her robes. I found this in my family's library. It discusses triadic bonds in more detail than Luna's book, particularly the practical applications in magical combat. Harry accepted the book eagerly. This could be useful for the DA too. Just don't mention where you got it, Daphne said dryly. The fewer questions about our sudden cooperation, the better. They fell into a comfortable silence, standing side by side as they gazed out at the stars. Through the bond, Harry could feel Daphne's presence, complex, thoughtful, and surprisingly warm beneath her controlled exterior. Can I ask you something? He said suddenly. You just did, Daphne replied with a hint of amusement. But yes, go ahead. Why did you accept the bond? Really? You had the most to lose by aligning yourself with me. Daphne was quiet for a long moment, her expression pensive. Do you believe in fate, Harry? I don't know, he answered honestly. After everything that's happened to me because of that prophecy. Prophecy? Daphne turned to him sharply. What prophecy? Harry mentally cursed his slip. It's complicated. And I don't know all of it myself. Just that there was a prophecy about me and Voldemort, which is why he tried to kill me as a baby. Daphne absorbed this information with remarkable composure. That explains quite a bit, actually. She returned her gaze to the stars. To answer your question, I accepted the bond because it felt right, in a way few things in my life ever have. Growing up in Slytherin, especially as a girl from a neutral family, means constantly calculating every move, every alliance, every word. This bond. She touched her bracelet. This is something deeper than politics or blood status or house rivalries. It's magic in its purest form. Her honesty moved him. Without thinking, Harry reached out, covering her hand where it rested on the stone parapet. Golden light briefly illuminated their joined hands as the bond pulsed between them. Thank you, he said simply. For taking the risk. Before Daphne could respond, a third presence joined their connection, Fleur, reaching out through the bond from London. Are you both there? Her thought came, clear despite the distance. Yes, they replied in unison. I've been researching Vela connections to triadic bonds, Fleur continued. There's something important we need to discuss. The full moon is in 3 days. We should meet at the cottage again. That's risky with Umbridge watching everyone, Harry cautioned. Nevertheless, it's necessary, Fleur insisted. The next phase of our bond requires a ritual that can only be performed under the full moon. Without it, we risk unstable magical fluctuations as our powers continue to grow. Harry and Daphne exchanged glances. We'll find a way, Daphne said aloud, though her words reached Fleur clearly through the bond. Saturday night? Yes. Bring the book from your family's library, Daphne. And Harry. Yes? Be prepared for significant changes. This ritual involves blood magic, ancient and powerful. Once done, there's truly no turning back. As Fleur's presence faded, Harry and Daphne remained silent, both contemplating the implications of her warning. Blood magic was considered dark by modern wizarding standards, though Harry knew enough history to understand it was really older magic, from a time before such distinctions existed. We should go, Daphne said finally. It's getting late, and we both have classes tomorrow. Harry nodded, but neither moved immediately. Something was shifting between them, a deepening trust born of shared magic and honest conversation. When they finally parted ways, the golden thread connecting them remained visible much longer than usual, glowing softly in the darkness. Draco Malfoy cornered Daphne the next day as she left the potions classroom. A word, Greengrass, he said, his tone making it clear it wasn't a request. Daphne maintained her composed expression despite her wariness. What can I help you with, Draco? He glanced around to ensure they were alone, then lowered his voice. Certain people have noticed you've been absent from the common room during crucial conversations. And there are whispers about you joining Potter's Little Defense Club. I wasn't aware my comings and goings were being monitored, she replied coolly. As for defense study groups, I'm preparing for my OWLS like everyone else. Draco's gray eyes narrowed. Don't play games, Daphne. Your family has maintained neutrality for generations, but neutrality won't be an option much longer. Especially not while you're consorting with Potter and his blood traitor friends. Daphne felt a surge of protective magic from her bracelet, Harry, sensing her distress through the bond. She sent back a calming pulse, indicating she had the situation under control. I appreciate your concern for my family's political standing, she said smoothly. But the Greengrass approach to changing times has served us well for centuries. We observe, we adapt, and we survive. This isn't like previous conflicts, Draco warned, a hint of genuine concern in his voice. Choices are being forced. Sides are being drawn. And which side are you on, Draco? Daphne asked quietly. Something flickered in his eyes, uncertainty, perhaps even fear. The winning side, he said finally. My father says changes are coming to Hogwarts. Big changes. Potter and Dumbledore won't be protected much longer. Daphne filed away this information, keeping her expression neutral. I'll keep that in mind. See that you do, Draco said, some of his usual arrogance returning. It would be unfortunate if the Greengrass family found itself on the wrong side of history. As he walked away, Daphne felt a chill that had nothing to do with the dungeon's perpetual coolness. Through the bond, she sensed both Harry and Fleur's concern. I'm fine, she projected to them. But Malfoy knows about the DA. And he implied his father has plans for Hogwarts. Lucius Malfoy has the minister's ear, came Fleur's response. If he's planning something, it likely has ministry backing. We need to warn the others, Harry added. Make sure everyone's being extra careful. Daphne agreed, but as she headed to her next class, her thoughts were troubled. Draco's warning had seemed almost personal, as if he genuinely didn't want to see her caught in whatever was coming. Which meant whatever was coming must be truly severe. The need for Saturday's ritual suddenly seemed more urgent than ever. The week passed in a tense blur of classes, DA meetings, and covert communications through the bond. By Saturday evening, Harry was exhausted but determined. Sneaking out of the castle had become more difficult with Umbridge's inquisitorial squad patrolling the corridors, but the Marauder's map and his invisibility cloak still gave him an advantage. He met Daphne at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where the castle grounds met the path to Hogsmeade. She was already waiting, a hooded cloak concealing her distinctive blonde hair. "Any trouble getting out?" he asked quietly. "None," she replied. Tracy created a diversion in the common room, something about Pansy Parkinson's cat eating a trick sweet from Weasley's wizard wheezes. "No one noticed me leaving." They made their way swiftly through the darkening woods, following the path toward the abandoned gamekeeper's cottage. The full moon hung heavy and bright above them, illuminating their way through the trees. Neither spoke much, both aware of the significance of what lay ahead. Fleur was already at the cottage when they arrived, the interior glowing with soft candlelight. She had transformed the space since their last visit, clearing the central area and inscribing a complex circular pattern on the wooden floor. "You made it," she greeted them, embracing each briefly. The contact sent pleasant ripples of magic through the bond. "We should begin soon. The moon reaches its zenith at midnight." Daphne removed the book from her family's library, placing it beside Luna's on the oak table. "I found the ritual you described," she said. "It's called the Ritual of Shared Essence. Ancient, powerful, and technically illegal under current ministry classifications." "Most ancient magic is technically illegal these days," Fleur pointed out. "The ministry fears what it cannot control." "What exactly does this ritual do?" Harry asked, eyeing the complex pattern on the floor. Fleur lit additional candles around the circle as she explained. "It deepens our bond by sharing a physical aspect of our magic, our blood. In doing so, it stabilizes the connection and prevents the unpredictable surges we've been experiencing." "You mean like when I accidentally set Ron's chess set on fire yesterday when I got angry about Umbridge?" Harry asked wryly. "Exactly," Fleur smiled. "After this ritual, such occurrences should stop. Instead, we'll be able to consciously call upon each other's magic when needed." She grew more serious. "But there are other effects as well. We will carry traces of each other's magical signatures permanently. To a skilled magical detector, it would be obvious that our magic has been blended. So if anyone examined our magical signatures closely, they'd know we were connected," Daphne surmised. "That could be dangerous." "Yes," Fleur acknowledged. "But without this stabilization, our bond will continue to manifest in unpredictable ways that would be even more difficult to conceal." Harry considered this, then nodded decisively. "Let's do it then. What do we need?" Fleur gestured to the items she had arranged around the circle: 3 silver bowls, a crystal phial containing clear liquid, and a small silver knife with runes etched along its blade. "The ritual is relatively simple," she said. "We each provide 7 drops of blood into our individual bowls. The liquid is distilled moon water, rare and powerful, collected during the lunar eclipse last year. We mix our blood with the moon water, then each drink from all 3 bowls, completing the circle of essence." "That's it?" Daphne asked, sounding almost disappointed. "The simplicity is deceptive," Fleur replied. "The power comes from our intent and the sacred geometry of the circle. The pattern I've inscribed enhances the bonding magic." Harry examined the intricate design more closely, noticing that it contained elements representing each of their magical affinities: flowing waves for water, geometric stability for earth, and dancing flames for fire. "It's beautiful," he said honestly. "Did you create this?" "Based on traditional Vila bonding circles," Fleur explained, a pleased expression crossing her face. "My grandmother taught me the patterns when I was young. I adapted it for our triadic bond." As the hour approached midnight, they took their positions at 3 equidistant points around the circle. Fleur instructed them to remove their bracelets and place them in the center, where they formed a perfect triangle, golden threads connecting them even without physical contact. The incantation is simple but must be spoken with absolute conviction, Fleur said. Repeat after me, sanguis meus, magici tui. Sanguis tuus, magici me. Trace in unum, unum in trace. They practiced the Latin phrases until Fleur was satisfied with their pronunciation. Then, as the moon reached its highest point, visible through the cottage's small window, she raised the silver knife. I begin as fire, she said solemnly, drawing the blade across her palm. 7 drops of her blood fell into the first silver bowl, shimmering with an unusual pearlescent quality that spoke of her Vila heritage. She added the moon water, which hissed softly as it mixed with her blood. She passed the knife to Daphne. Continue as earth, foundation of our strength. Daphne accepted the knife with steady hands, making a clean cut across her palm without hesitation. 7 drops of her blood fell into the second bowl, deep crimson and somehow substantial, reflecting her magical affinity. When the moon water was added, the mixture turned a rich amber color. Finally, the knife came to Harry. Complete as water, adaptable and enduring. Harry drew the blade across his palm, watching as 7 drops of his blood fell into the third bowl. Unlike the others, his blood seemed to glow faintly with an inner light. When the moon water joined it, the mixture swirled of its own accord, as if stirred by an invisible current. Now we begin, Fleur said, raising her bowl. Sanguis meus, magici tui. Sanguis tuus, magici me. Trace in unum, unum in trace. Harry and Daphne joined her in the incantation, their voices blending in perfect harmony as the magic built around them. The golden threads connecting their bracelets intensified, expanding outward to form a glowing dome over the entire circle. Fleur drank first from her own bowl, then passed it to Daphne, who drank before passing it to Harry. The pattern continued with each bowl, until all 3 had consumed from all 3 vessels. The effect was immediate and profound. Harry felt Fleur's fire racing through his veins, warming him from within, while Daphne's earthy strength grounded and centered him. Through the bond, he knew they were experiencing similar sensations, his adaptability flowing into them, changing and connecting with their own magic. The golden light surrounding them intensified until it was almost blinding, then suddenly contracted, flowing into their bodies through their hearts. When it faded, all 3 of them stood transformed, not physically, but magically. Harry looked down at his hands in wonder. His magic felt different, more complete somehow, as if parts he hadn't known were missing had been restored. He could feel Fleur's passionate intensity and Daphne's steadfast power integrated with his own magical core, enhancing rather than overriding his natural abilities. It worked, Fleur breathed, her blue eyes wide with wonder. The bond is stabilized. Daphne examined her palm where the cut had been, finding only a thin silver line that shimmered faintly in the candlelight. A permanent mark, she noted. A physical manifestation of the bond. Harry checked his own palm, finding an identical silver line. Will these fade? No, Fleur said. They are the visible sign of our connection. But they will only be recognizable as bond marks to those who know what to look for. They replaced their bracelets, which now seemed to fit more snugly, as if they had become true extensions of their bodies rather than mere jewelry. The golden threads connecting them were no longer visible, but Harry could feel the connection more strongly than ever, a constant, reassuring presence at the edge of his awareness. We should test the bond, Daphne suggested. See what's changed. Fleur nodded in agreement. Harry, try casting your Patronus, but draw on our magic as you do. Harry drew his wand, focusing on the happy memory he usually used, flying on his firebolt. But this time, he also opened himself to the bond, drawing on Fleur's passionate intensity and Daphne's unwavering strength. Expecto Patronum, he called. What emerged from his wand wasn't just his usual silver stag, but something far more magnificent. The Patronus shone with golden white light, and as it cantered around the cottage, Harry saw that it had changed. The stag remained, but now subtle features of other animals were integrated into its form, the graceful wings of a bird reminiscent of Avila's transformed state, and the steady, powerful presence of a lioness, representing Daphne's inner strength. "Extraordinary," Fleur whispered, reaching out to touch the Patronus as it passed. Unlike normal patron uses, which were intangible, this one allowed her touch, nuzzling against her hand before dissolving into particles of golden light. "My turn," Daphne said, raising her wand. She had never successfully cast a corporeal Patronus before, having only managed a silver shield in DA practice. "Expecto Patronum." A magnificent lioness burst from her wand, shimmering with the same golden-white light as Harry's stag. Like his, it showed subtle features of the other's magical signatures, antlers crowning its head, and wing-like patterns flowing along its flanks. Fleur completed the demonstration with her own Patronus, a bird of prey with elements of both the stag and lioness integrated into its form. All three patron uses circled the room together in perfect harmony before fading away. "The shared essence has influenced even our most personal magic," Fleur observed. "Our patron uses reflect all three of us now." Harry felt a surge of emotion, not just his own, but Fleur's and Daphne's as well, flowing freely through the completed bond. The sensation was overwhelming but not unpleasant, like being embraced from all sides. "What else can we do now?" he asked, eager to explore their new capabilities. Daphne picked up her family's book, turning to a marked page. "According to this, with a stabilized triadic bond, we should be able to share sensory experiences, cast cooperative spells of significant power, and—" She paused, her eyes widening slightly. "And potentially apparate to each other regardless of normal restrictions." "Apparate through Hogwarts wards?" Harry asked incredulously. "Theoretically," Daphne said cautiously. "Though I wouldn't recommend testing that immediately. Such powerful magic would certainly draw attention. We should practice more controlled applications first," Fleur agreed. "For instance, the sensory sharing could be invaluable for coordination." To demonstrate, she closed her eyes and focused. Suddenly, Harry found himself seeing through Fleur's eyes, perceiving the cottage from her perspective. The sensation was disorienting at first, but quickly became manageable as he adjusted. "That's brilliant," he said when the connection ended. "We could use that to communicate during critical situations." "Precisely," Fleur smiled. "But we must be careful. Such deep connections can be distracting if activated at the wrong moment." They spent the next hour practicing various aspects of their enhanced bond, learning to control the flow of magic between them and shield their thoughts when necessary. By the time they prepared to return to their respective locations, all three felt more confident in their abilities. As they stepped outside the cottage, the full moon still bright overhead, Harry felt a strange prickling sensation at the base of his skull, a warning from his newly enhanced senses. "Someone's watching," he whispered, instinctively drawing his wand. Daphne and Fleur immediately went alert, their own wands appearing in their hands with practiced ease. "Where?" Fleur asked, scanning the tree line. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation. Through the bond, he borrowed Daphne's heightened awareness and Fleur's Vela senses, extending his perception beyond normal human range. "There," he said, pointing toward a dense copse of trees to the east. "Just one person, I think. They're keeping very still." Fleur raised her wand, casting a non-verbal spell that sent a pulse of revealing magic toward the area Harry had indicated. A startled yelp confirmed their suspicions, followed by the sound of someone fleeing through the underbrush. "Should we pursue?" Daphne asked, already moving in that direction. Harry hesitated, then shook his head. "They're already gone. And we can't be certain who it was." "We need to be more careful," Fleur said grimly. "The ritual would have released a significant magical signature. Anyone sensitive to such things might have detected it." "Could it have been Luna?" Daphne suggested. She seems to have an uncanny awareness of the bond. Possibly, Fleur acknowledged. But we shouldn't assume. From now on, we need additional protective measures around our meetings. They parted with renewed caution, using different paths back to their respective destinations. As Harry made his way back to the castle under his invisibility cloak, he couldn't shake the feeling that something significant had changed, not just in their bond, but in the wider conflict surrounding them. The magic they were wielding was ancient and powerful. It was only a matter of time before others took notice. Dolores Umbridge sat in her office, surrounded by her collection of ornamental plates featuring mewling kittens. A cup of tea sat cooling on her desk as she reviewed the report before her with narrowed eyes. "You're certain of what you saw?" she asked the student standing nervously before her desk. "Yes, Professor," Theodore Nott replied. "3 people performing some kind of ritual in that old cottage near Hogsmeade. There was golden light visible through the windows, and I felt." He hesitated, struggling to describe the sensation. "I felt magic unlike anything I've experienced before. Ancient. Powerful. And you identified all 3 participants?" Umbridge pressed, her sickeningly sweet voice at odds with the predatory gleam in her eyes. "Potter was definitely one of them," Nott confirmed. "And I'm almost certain one of the others was Greengrass. The third was older, possibly that French witch who competed in the Triwizard Tournament." Umbridge's lips curved into a satisfied smile. "Performing unauthorized magic outside of school grounds. Engaging in rituals that likely violate Educational Decree No. 26, prohibiting student organizations not approved by the High Inquisitor." She tapped her stubby fingers against the desk. "This could be exactly what we need to finally remove Potter from Hogwarts." "What do you want me to do?" Nott asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Continue observing Greengrass," Umbridge instructed. "Note who she associates with, any unusual behavior or absences from the common room." She picked up a quill, not the blood quill she reserved for punishments, but a standard one, and made a note on a pink parchment. "As for Potter, I believe it's time to increase surveillance on all fronts. Educational Decree No. 27 should address the matter nicely." Nott nodded, but seemed hesitant to leave. "Professor, there's something else. The magic I felt, it reminded me of descriptions in some of the older texts in my father's library. Bonding magic, specifically." Umbridge's eyes narrowed to slits. "Bonding magic? Between Potter, Greengrass, and the French witch?" Her expression shifted from suspicion to disgust. "How inappropriate. The minister will certainly want to know about this development." After Nott departed, Umbridge sat back in her chair, considering the implications. Potter involved in ancient bonding rituals was concerning enough, but the participation of a Slytherin student from a traditionally neutral pure-blood family added a political dimension that could be exploited. She reached for a sheet of her special pink parchment and began composing a letter to Cornelius Fudge. This information, properly presented, could accelerate their plans to bring Hogwarts fully under Ministry control. And perhaps, finally, discredit Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore once and for all. Harry awoke Sunday morning to find Ron already dressed and looking unusually serious. "You might want to see this, mate," he said, handing Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline made Harry's stomach drop. "Ministry seeks educational reform. Dolores Umbridge appointed first ever High Inquisitor." The accompanying article detailed extensive new powers granted to Umbridge, including the ability to inspect other teachers, create new school rules via educational decrees, and discipline students through whatever means necessary to maintain order. "This is bad," Harry muttered, scanning the rest of the article. "Really bad." "It gets worse," Ron said grimly. "She's already posted Educational Decree No. 27 this morning. All students must submit to magical examination if requested by the High Inquisitor or members of the Inquisitorial Squad." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Magical examination could potentially reveal the bond, especially now, after the blood ritual had permanently altered their magical signatures. "Who's on this inquisitorial squad?" he asked, though he already suspected the answer. "Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson. All Umbridge's favorite Slytherins," Ron confirmed. "They've been given special authority to take house points and report directly to her." Through the bond, Harry could feel Daphne's awareness sharpening as she received the same news in the Slytherin dormitory. Her concern mirrored his own, along with a determination to find a way around this new obstacle. "Meet me in the library," her thought came clearly. "Ancient Runes section. Bring Granger if possible." "I need to talk to Hermione," Harry said, getting up and dressing quickly. She might have ideas about how to handle this. They found Hermione already in the common room, multiple copies of the Prophet spread around her as she made furious notes on a piece of parchment. "This is outrageous," she fumed when she saw them. "These new powers completely undermine Hogwarts' autonomy. And this magical examination decree is a blatant violation of wizarding privacy laws. Can she really force students to submit to magical scans?" Harry asked. Hermione frowned. "Technically, no. There are protections for underage wizards that even the Ministry shouldn't be able to override without parental consent. But with Fudge backing her." She shook her head grimly. "We need to be extremely careful with the DA now. And anyone practicing magic Umbridge might consider undesirable should take precautions." "Such as?" Ron asked. "There are concealment charms that can temporarily mask magical signatures," Hermione replied. "They're advanced, but not impossible. I've been researching them ever since Umbridge started increasing restrictions." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for Hermione's foresight. "Can you teach them to us? And the rest of the DA?" "I was planning to introduce them at the next meeting," she confirmed. "But Harry, there's something else worrying me. These new powers seem specifically targeted, as if Umbridge is looking for something in particular." Harry avoided her perceptive gaze. "Or someone. Me, probably." "Maybe," Hermione said slowly. "But why magical examination specifically? Unless..." She studied his face carefully. "Unless she suspects you're involved in magic she considers threatening to the Ministry." The conversation was venturing into dangerous territory. Harry needed to speak with Daphne before deciding how much to reveal to his friends. "Let's continue this in the library," he suggested. "I want to research these privacy laws you mentioned, and we should probably check if there are any historical precedents for this kind of Ministry interference at Hogwarts." Hermione looked surprised but pleased by his interest in research. "That's an excellent idea. The legal history section might have relevant information." As they made their way to the library, Harry felt Fleur's presence through the bond, listening and offering silent support. Being hundreds of miles away at Gringotts, she was the least immediately threatened by Umbridge's new powers, but her concern for them was palpable. "Be careful what you reveal," she cautioned. "But Hermione may be a valuable ally. Trust your instincts." The library was unusually crowded for a Sunday morning, with students from all houses gathered in hushed groups, discussing the new developments. Harry spotted Daphne in the Ancient Runes section, apparently absorbed in a thick tome but clearly waiting for them. "Let's check over there," Harry suggested, guiding Ron and Hermione toward Daphne's location. "Those books on ancient magical law might be useful." Ron looked skeptical. "Since when are you interested in ancient magical law?" "Since Umbridge started trying to take over the school," Harry replied, which was true enough. As they approached, Daphne glanced up, acknowledging their presence with a slight nod before returning to her book. To anyone observing, it would appear they had simply chosen the same section by coincidence. "Find anything useful, Greengrass?" Hermione asked politely, selecting a book from a nearby shelf. "Perhaps," Daphne replied, her voice carefully neutral for any listening ears. "There's an interesting passage here about personal magical sanctity laws established in 1612 following the Wigworthy incident." Hermione's eyes lit up with recognition. The case where a ministry official attempted to forcibly examine a witch's magical signature to determine if she had performed illegal charm work. Exactly, Daphne confirmed. The Wisengamot ruled that magical signatures are protected under privacy statutes unless specific evidence of wrongdoing is presented before examination. Ron looked between them in confusion. So Umbridge can't just randomly scan students? Legally, no, Hermione said. But that might not stop her from trying. She turned back to Daphne with newfound respect. Are there any countermeasures mentioned? Several, Daphne replied, turning the book toward them. A page had been marked with a slip of parchment containing additional notes in elegant handwriting. This masking charm seems particularly effective and doesn't require excessive power to maintain. Harry recognized the strategic brilliance of the exchange. To any observer, it would appear that 3 Gryffindors and a Slytherin were simply researching legal protections against Umbridge's new powers, nothing suspicious about students from different houses uniting against a common threat. Meanwhile, through the bond, Daphne was sharing much more specific information directly with Harry. The masking charm will conceal our bonded signatures temporarily, but we need something stronger for long-term protection. My family vault contains artifacts designed to shield magical signatures permanently, but accessing them would require leaving Hogwarts. Could Fleur retrieve them? Harry asked silently. Possibly, with proper authorization from my father. I've already sent an owl home explaining the situation, though in carefully coded terms. Their silent exchange was interrupted when Malfoy's drawling voice came from the end of the bookshelf. Well, well. What an interesting study group. Planning a little resistance, are we? He was wearing a silver badge with the letters I.S. prominently displayed on his robes, Inquisitorial Squad. Pansy Parkinson stood beside him with an identical badge, looking smugly superior. Just researching magical law, Hermione replied coolly. Educational purposes only. Is that so? Malfoy's gaze lingered on Daphne. Interesting company you're keeping these days, Greengrass. Daphne met his gaze without flinching. Knowledge isn't exclusive to any one house, Draco. Besides, Granger has access to some excellent references from the restricted section due to her prefect status. Her calm explanation seemed to momentarily derail Malfoy's suspicions. Just be careful which side you're associating with, he said after a pause. The High Inquisitor will be conducting the first magical examinations tomorrow. Wouldn't want any surprises to emerge. After they departed, Ron turned to Daphne with undisguised surprise. That was quick thinking. Self-preservation is a Slytherin specialty, she replied dryly. She gathered her books, preparing to leave. I suggest you all master that masking charm by tomorrow morning. Page 93 has the clearest instructions. As she walked away, Hermione watched her with a thoughtful expression. She's not what I expected, she mused. For a Slytherin, she's actually quite decent? Harry suggested. I was going to say strategic, Hermione corrected. But yes, decent too. She turned her analytical gaze on Harry. You seem comfortable around her. Harry shrugged, aiming for casual. The DA meetings have helped break down some house barriers, I guess. Hermione clearly wasn't entirely convinced, but she didn't press the issue. Instead, she focused on the masking charm, guiding Harry and Ron through the precise wand movements required. By the time they left the library, all 3 could cast a basic version of the charm, though Hermione insisted they practice more before tomorrow's potential examinations. It's not perfect, she cautioned. A determined magical examiner might detect the masking itself, which would look suspicious. But it should prevent casual detection of any unusual magical patterns. The way she emphasized unusual, while looking directly at Harry made him wonder just how much Hermione had already figured out on her own. Fleur arrived at Grimmauld Place that evening for the Order meeting, her mind still troubled by the developments at Hogwarts. Through the bond, she could sense both Harry and Daphne's tension as they prepared for the possibility of magical examination the next day. Molly Weasley greeted her at the door with her usual mix of politeness and subtle reserve. "Fleur, dear. Bill mentioned you'd be joining us. Come in, the meeting's about to start." The kitchen was already crowded with Order members when Fleur entered. She spotted Bill and slid into a seat beside him, accepting the cup of tea he pushed toward her. "Rough day?" he asked quietly, noting her preoccupied expression. Concerned about the situation at Hogwarts, she replied truthfully. "This new High Inquisitor position seems troubling." "That's actually on the agenda tonight," Bill confirmed, nodding toward Dumbledore, who had just entered and taken his place at the head of the table. The headmaster looked more solemn than usual, the customary twinkle in his eyes dimmed. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," he began. "As many of you have already heard, the Ministry has appointed Dolores Umbridge as High Inquisitor at Hogwarts, granting her unprecedented power over both the curriculum and student discipline." "It's outrageous," Minerva McGonagall said fiercely. "She's already instituted magical examinations of students suspected of subversive activities. As if children practicing defense magic is somehow a threat to the Ministry." "I fear it is precisely that which concerns Cornelius," Dumbledore replied gravely. "He remains convinced that I am training students to become my private army against the Ministry." "That's absurd," Arthur Weasley protested. "Even Fudge can't possibly believe that." "Fear makes people believe many implausible things," Dumbledore said. "And Cornelius is very afraid, both of Voldemort's return and of losing his position as minister." The conversation shifted to strategies for protecting the students while maintaining the Order's vigilance. Fleur listened attentively, but her attention was drawn to a small golden locket sitting in the center of the table. "Now, to the second matter at hand," Dumbledore continued, gesturing toward the locket. "We have reason to believe this artifact may be of great significance in our efforts against Voldemort. Unfortunately, we have been unable to open it or determine its exact properties. Miss Delacour has kindly agreed to examine it, given her expertise in curse-breaking and her unique perspective on magical objects." All eyes turned to Fleur as Dumbledore levitated the locket toward her. The moment it came within her reach, she felt a violent reaction through the bond, a deep, visceral revulsion that seemed to emanate primarily from Harry. "There's something wrong with it," came his thought, clear despite the distance separating them. "I can feel it, like it's alive somehow." Keeping her expression neutral with effort, Fleur carefully took the locket, using her enhanced senses to examine it without actually touching it directly. The magic emanating from the object was dark and twisted, unlike anything she had encountered before. Drawing subtly on Daphne's analytical abilities through the bond, she noted patterns in the enchantments that suggested multiple layers of protection. "It's heavily warded," she reported, setting it back down carefully. "But more concerning is the nature of the magic itself. This contains something beyond conventional dark magic, something almost alive. Can you break through the protections?" Sirius Black asked from across the table. "Not alone," Fleur replied honestly. "And not without significant risk. This type of magic often includes fatal countermeasures for those attempting to breach its defenses." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "As I suspected. Thank you, Miss Delacour. Your assessment confirms my own concerns about this particular object. If I might ask, Headmaster," Fleur said carefully, "what is the significance of this locket? How is it connected to you-know-who?" A shadow passed over Dumbledore's features. "That, I'm afraid, must remain confidential for the moment. Suffice it to say that understanding and neutralizing this locket may be crucial to eventually defeating Voldemort." The meeting continued, but Fleur remained disturbed by her brief contact with the locket. Through the bond, she could feel Harry's lingering unease and Daphne's intense curiosity. Something about the object had triggered a powerful response in their connected magic, a response that suggested the locket's significance might be even greater than Dumbledore was revealing. After the meeting concluded, Fleur lingered, waiting until only Dumbledore remained in the kitchen before approaching him again. "Professor," she began, "there's something else about the locket. Something I hesitated to mention in front of the others." Dumbledore regarded her with those penetrating blue eyes that seemed to see far more than most. "Go on, Miss Delacour." "When I examined it, I sensed a resonance. As if the magic within it was responding to something." She chose her words carefully, not yet ready to reveal the bond. "It reminded me of Vila legends about soul magic, dark rituals where a piece of oneself is preserved in an object." Dumbledore went very still. "That is a most astute observation, Miss Delacour. And a troubling one." He studied her face for a long moment. "Your magical sensitivity is remarkably acute, even for one with Vila heritage." "My grandmother trained me extensively," Fleur said, which was true, if not the complete explanation for her enhanced perception. "Indeed." Dumbledore didn't press further, but something in his expression suggested he suspected there was more to her abilities than she was revealing. "If you have any further insights about the locket, I would be most interested to hear them. Sometimes fresh perspectives reveal what has been overlooked by those too close to a problem." As Fleur departed Grimmauld Place, she immediately reached out through the bond to share what she'd learned, and her growing suspicions about the locket's true nature. "It contains a piece of him," she projected to Harry and Daphne. "A fragment of soul, preserved through the darkest magic." "A Horcrux," came Daphne's response, the term accompanied by a wave of horror and revulsion. "It's described in the most forbidden texts of pure-blood libraries. Magic so dark it's forbidden to even speak of it." "What exactly does it do?" Harry asked, his mental voice tense. "It anchors the creator to the mortal world," Daphne explained. "Even if their body is destroyed, they cannot truly die while the Horcrux exists." The implication was clear and terrifying. If Voldemort had created a Horcrux, or possibly multiple Horcruxes, given Dumbledore's intense interest in this particular one, it explained how he had survived his first encounter with Harry as an infant. And it meant that defeating him would be far more complicated than anyone had imagined. "We need to learn more," Harry decided. "But right now, we need to focus on surviving tomorrow's examinations. If Umbridge discovers our bond..." He didn't need to complete the thought. All three understood that their connection, now solidified by blood magic, would be viewed with deep suspicion by the Ministry, and could potentially be used as a weapon against Harry and Dumbledore. "The masking charms should hold," Daphne assured them. "And my father has responded to my letter. He's sending something that will help provide more permanent protection." "Be careful, both of you," Fleur urged. "I'll continue researching the locket and Horcruxes through Gringotts' restricted archives. The goblins have knowledge of soul magic that wizards have long forgotten." As their connection subsided to its usual background awareness, Fleur couldn't shake a growing sense of foreboding. They had synchronized their bond to prepare for the challenges ahead, but those challenges were proving far greater than any of them had anticipated. War was coming, and now it seemed Voldemort's immortality was yet another obstacle they would need to overcome. Monday morning dawned cold and grey at Hogwarts, matching the mood of its students as they prepared to face Umbridge's new regime. In the Great Hall, the atmosphere was subdued, with hushed conversations and anxious glances toward the High Inquisitor, who sat at the staff table wearing a self-satisfied smile. Harry had barely slept, spending most of the night practicing the masking charm with Ron and Hermione in the common room. By morning, all three could cast it proficiently, though maintaining it throughout the day would be challenging. "Remember," Hermione whispered as they entered the Great Hall, "the charm needs to be refreshed every 4 hours, and it works best if you visualize your magic as completely ordinary while casting." "Ordinary." "Right," Harry muttered, glancing toward the Slytherin table. Daphne sat with her usual composure, apparently engaged in conversation with Tracy Davis while ignoring the excited chatter of Pansy Parkinson and her fellow Inquisitorial Squad members nearby. Through the bond, however, Harry could feel her heightened alertness and the steady flow of her magic as she maintained her own protective charm. Halfway through breakfast, Umbridge rose from her seat, tapping her goblet for silence. The great hall immediately went quiet, all eyes turning toward the pink-clad figure at the staff table. "Good morning, students," she began in her girlish voice. "As you are all aware, Educational Decree No. 27 is now in effect, granting the High Inquisitor authority to conduct magical examinations when deemed necessary for security and compliance purposes." She smiled, the expression not reaching her eyes. "Today, we will begin with random examinations of fifth-year students, given their proximity to OWL examinations and the concerning reports of unauthorized study groups forming among this cohort." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. This was no random selection, she was specifically targeting their year because of the DA. "The following students will report to the antechamber beside the Great Hall immediately after breakfast for examination," Umbridge continued, unfurling a scroll of pink parchment. "Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Terry Boot, Lavender Brown, Michael Corner." The list continued, including members from each house. Harry wasn't surprised to hear his own name called, nor Ron and Hermione's. What did surprise him was hearing Daphne's name included, though perhaps it shouldn't have, given Theodore Nott's suspicious behavior recently. "She suspects something," Daphne's thought came through the bond. "Nott must have reported seeing us at the cottage." "The masking charm will hold," Harry reassured her, though his own confidence was shaky at best. "And Hermione said they can't legally force a deep examination without specific evidence." "Umbridge isn't concerned with legality," Daphne countered grimly. "Be prepared for anything." After breakfast, the named students gathered nervously in the antechamber where Harry had waited after being selected as a Triwizard champion, a memory that seemed from another lifetime now. Umbridge stood at the front of the room, flanked by members of the inquisitorial squad looking important in their silver badges. "You will be examined one at a time," Umbridge announced. "The process is simple and painless, merely a standard magical signature reading to ensure compliance with educational regulations." Her gaze lingered on Harry. "Those with nothing to hide have nothing to fear." She called them forward alphabetically. Each student was directed to stand in the center of the room while Umbridge performed a series of diagnostic spells, watching the colored auras that appeared briefly around them before making notes on her clipboard. When Hannah Abbott emerged from her examination looking shaken but relieved, Harry whispered, "What did she do exactly?" "Just waved her wand around me and watched the colors," Hannah replied quietly. "But it felt invasive somehow. Like she was looking through my magic." One by one, students were examined and released, some looking more disturbed than others. Hermione, when her turn came, returned with lips pressed into a thin line of anger. "She's looking for specific magical signatures," she whispered furiously. "This isn't random at all. She's hunting for something particular." When Daphne's turn came, Harry felt her draw slightly on his strength through the bond, reinforcing her masking charm. She walked to the center of the room with perfect poise, her expression revealing nothing as Umbridge circled her, wand raised. "Miss Greengrass," Umbridge said sweetly. "From one of our oldest pure-blood families. How interesting to find you associated with certain, questionable study groups." "I believe in comprehensive preparation for my OWLS, Professor," Daphne replied evenly. "That includes studying with those who excel in subjects where I wish to improve." Umbridge's smile tightened as she cast her diagnostic spell. A soft golden aura appeared around Daphne, completely normal for a witch her age, with no trace of the bond visible thanks to the masking charm. "Your magical signature appears standard, Miss Greengrass," Umbridge said, sounding almost disappointed. "Though perhaps a bit muted." "Are you feeling unwell today?" "Merely tired from extensive studying, Professor," Daphne replied smoothly. Umbridge made a note on her clipboard. "Very well. You may go." As Daphne turned to leave, she added, "Oh, and Miss Greengrass? Do remember that your family's neutral status has historically depended on careful choice of associations." The thinly veiled threat hung in the air as Daphne departed. Through the bond, Harry felt her anger, though her exterior remained perfectly composed. When Harry's turn finally came, he strengthened his masking charm, drawing subtly on both Daphne and Fleur's magic to reinforce it. He stood in the center of the room, facing Umbridge's toad-like smile with a blank expression. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "How interesting your magical signature will be, given your unusual history." She cast her diagnostic spell with particular enthusiasm, watching intently as the golden aura materialized around him. For a moment, Harry feared the masking charm wouldn't hold. There was a flicker in the aura, a brief moment where three distinct magical signatures seemed to overlap before stabilizing into a normal appearance. Umbridge's eyes narrowed. "How curious," she murmured. "Your magic seems to be fluctuating, Mr. Potter. Almost as if it's being influenced by external sources." She cast a second, more focused spell, concentrating on his right hand, where the scar from her blood quill overlapped with the silver line from the blood ritual. Harry reinforced his mental barriers, leaning heavily on Daphne's strength for stability while drawing on Fleur's Vela magic to create a subtle misdirection. It was instinctive, a natural application of their combined abilities that he hadn't consciously planned. "Perhaps you're simply detecting the residual effects of your own detention methods, Professor," he suggested quietly. Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of pink. "Impertinence will not serve you well, Mr. Potter," she snapped. "Particularly when there are increasing questions about exactly what sort of magic you've been practicing." She leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Did you think we wouldn't notice the magical surge near Hogsmeade last Saturday night? Ancient magic, Mr. Potter. The sort the Ministry classifies as potentially dangerous." Harry kept his expression neutral despite his inner alarm. "I was in detention with Professor McGonagall Saturday evening, Professor. You can verify with her." It was a lie. He'd arranged that alibi after the fact, with McGonagall's reluctant cooperation after he'd claimed he needed to meet Sirius secretly. The head of Gryffindor didn't know his true activities but had agreed to cover for him, trusting he wouldn't abuse the protection. Umbridge's lips thinned in frustration. "Your magical signature shows anomalies, Mr. Potter. I will be investigating further." She made several notes on her clipboard. "You may go. For now." As Harry left the antechamber, he felt drained from the effort of maintaining the complex magical deception. Through the bond, both Daphne and Fleur offered support, helping replenish his magical reserves. "She suspects something," he projected to them as he rejoined Ron and Hermione in the corridor. "But she doesn't have proof yet." "We need those protective artifacts from my family vault," Daphne replied. "They should arrive by all tomorrow morning." "Be vigilant until then," Fleur cautioned. "And avoid any magic that might strengthen her suspicions." The implications were clear: no more DA meetings until they had better protection, and absolutely no use of their bond in ways that might be detected. The stakes had just become much higher. "Harry?" Hermione's concerned voice broke into his thoughts. "What happened in there? You look pale." "Umbridge is definitely looking for something specific," he said, keeping his voice low. "She mentioned detecting unusual magic near Hogsmeade Saturday night." Ron's eyes widened. "You don't think she knows about the DA, do you?" "I'm not sure," Harry replied honestly. "But we should probably postpone the next meeting until things calm down." Hermione nodded in agreement, though she looked troubled. "There's something else going on here. The way she was examining everyone, it's almost like she's looking for connections between students, magical connections." Harry avoided her perceptive gaze, uncomfortable with how close she was to the truth. "Whatever she's doing, we need to be more careful than ever." As they headed to their first class, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. Umbridge was closing in, Voldemort was apparently immortal thanks to Horcruxes, and their newly strengthened bond, potentially their greatest advantage, had to remain hidden to avoid Ministry persecution. The path ahead had never seemed more treacherous. The following days brought an uncomfortable new reality to Hogwarts. 2 additional educational decrees appeared on the walls, number 28, forbidding students from wearing or carrying magical artifacts not approved for educational purposes, and number 29, establishing regular magical examinations for all students deemed of interest to the High Inquisitor. The inquisitorial squad patrolled the corridors with increasing authority, inspecting students' belongings and deducting points for increasingly trivial infractions, particularly from Gryffindors and anyone suspected of supporting Harry or Dumbledore. Communication through the bond became their lifeline, allowing Harry, Daphne, and Fleur to coordinate without risking detection. The silver bracelets, which might have drawn suspicion under the new regulations, had been transfigured, Harry's into a simple leather wristband that looked like a Quidditch player's support strap, Daphne's into an elegant silver ring bearing her family crest, and Fleur's into a delicate watch that appeared perfectly ordinary. The promised protective artifacts from the Greengrass vault arrived Wednesday morning, delivered by an imposing eagle owl directly to Daphne at breakfast. The package contained 3 identical silver pendants, each inscribed with ancient runes and containing a small compartment filled with what appeared to be fine sand. Family heirlooms, Daphne explained through the bond as she discreetly examined them. Created during the Grindelwald era when magical signature tracking became common. The sand is from an ancient magical site in Egypt, naturally resistant to magical detection. How do we activate them? Harry asked, watching from across the hall while pretending to focus on his breakfast. They need to be charged with our combined magic, Daphne replied. Ideally at the cottage, but that's too risky now. We need somewhere within Hogwarts where we can meet safely. The Room of Requirement, Harry suggested immediately. It can become whatever we need, including a place Umbridge can't find. Perfect, Daphne agreed. Tonight, after curfew? I'll be there. Fleur? I cannot leave London physically, Fleur responded. But I can project my magic through the bond to help charge the pendants. The distance will weaken the effect, but it should be sufficient. That evening, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under his invisibility cloak, using the Marauder's map to avoid the increased patrols. He reached the 7th floor corridor without incident and paced 3 times in front of the blank wall, focusing intently. We need a place to work with our bond, where Umbridge and the inquisitorial squad can't find us. A door materialized, smaller and more inconspicuous than the one that appeared for DA meetings. Inside, he found a circular room with a vaulted ceiling, reminiscent of their gamekeeper's cottage but clearly within Hogwarts. The walls were lined with shelves containing books on bonding magic, and at the center stood a small stone altar with 3 depressions perfectly sized for the pendants. Daphne arrived minutes later, moving swiftly through the door which disappeared behind her. Impressive, she said, examining the room. The castle itself is supporting our bond. She removed the 3 silver pendants from her pocket, placing them in the depressions on the altar. Now we need to charge them with our combined magic, with Fleur contributing through the bond. Harry reached out mentally, feeling Fleur's presence strengthen as she focused on their connection. I'm ready, she projected. Draw on my magic as you cast. Together, Harry and Daphne placed their hands over the pendants, focusing on their bond. Harry drew on Fleur's fiery magic, channeling it through himself while Daphne provided the structure and intent for the spell. No words were necessary, their synchronized magic responded to their combined will, flowing into the pendants with visible golden light. The sand within each pendant began to glow, shifting from ordinary beige to a luminous, swirling gold. When the light finally faded, the pendants had changed, the runes now seeming to shift and move when viewed directly. It worked, Daphne said, lifting one of the pendants. These will conceal our bonded magical signatures permanently, making them appear completely ordinary to any magical examination. Harry took one of the remaining pendants, feeling its gentle warmth against his skin as he slipped it over his head and under his robes. How will we get the 3rd to Fleur? I've arranged for my family's owl to deliver it directly to her flat tomorrow, Daphne explained. It's safer than sending it through regular post, which the ministry might be monitoring. With the immediate threat of detection addressed, they turned their attention to the larger issues facing them: Umbridge's escalating control of Hogwarts, the continued need for DA training, and the disturbing revelation about Slytherin's locket. "If it truly is a Horcrux," Daphne said, settling into one of the comfortable chairs the room had provided, "then destroying it requires extremely powerful magic. Fiend fire, basilisk venom, or similar destructive forces capable of overcoming the magical protections." "Basilisk venom worked on Riddle's diary in second year," Harry said thoughtfully. "Though I didn't know it was a Horcrux at the time." Daphne stared at him. "You destroyed a Horcrux with basilisk venom? When you were 12? "It was Riddle's diary. It was possessing Ginny Weasley and draining her life force to resurrect a younger version of Voldemort," Harry explained. "I stabbed it with a basilisk fang in the Chamber of Secrets." Through the bond, both Harry and Daphne felt Fleur's astonishment. "Harry, if you destroyed a Horcrux before, and the diary contained a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, that suggests he made multiple Horcruxes. Which means the locket may not be the only one we need to find and destroy," Daphne concluded grimly. "No wonder he didn't die when his killing curse rebounded." The implications were staggering. If Voldemort had created multiple Horcruxes, defeating him would require finding and destroying each one, a task of enormous difficulty given that they could be any object, hidden anywhere. "We need more information," Harry said, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "Does Dumbledore know about the Horcruxes? Is that why he's so interested in the locket?" "Almost certainly," Daphne nodded. "But he's keeping it secret, even from the Order, based on what Fleur observed at the meeting." "We could approach him directly," Fleur suggested. "Reveal our bond and offer to help with the Horcruxes. Our combined magic might be powerful enough to destroy them without risking basilisk venom or fiend fire." Harry considered this but felt hesitant. "Dumbledore's been avoiding me all year," he said. "Won't even look me in the eye during meals. If he wanted my help with this, wouldn't he have asked already?" "Not necessarily," Daphne countered. "He may be protecting you, or he may have his own reasons for keeping this information compartmentalized." Their discussion continued late into the night, weighing options and sharing information across their three-way connection. By the time Harry and Daphne prepared to return to their dormitories, they had formulated a tentative plan: continue the DA meetings with enhanced security measures, research Horcruxes through every available resource, and prepare to approach Dumbledore only when they had something concrete to offer regarding the locket. As Harry checked the Marauder's map for safe passage back to Gryffindor Tower, Daphne placed a hand on his arm. The contact sent a pleasant warmth through the bond, now unrestricted by the need to hide their connection within Hogwarts. "We're stronger together, Harry," she said quietly. "Whatever comes next, Umbridge, the Ministry, the Horcruxes, we'll face it as one." The simple statement carried weight beyond its words. In the week since Luna had first approached them about the bond, they had moved from skepticism to acceptance to active partnership. Now, standing in a room Hogwarts itself had created for their bond, Harry felt a certainty that transcended the dangers surrounding them. "Together," he agreed, covering her hand with his own. Through the bond, they felt Fleur's presence joining them, completing their circle despite the physical distance separating them. The golden threads of their connection pulsed with shared purpose and growing power, a power that would soon be tested in ways none of them could fully anticipate. The following weeks brought escalating tensions throughout Hogwarts. Umbridge's examinations continued, though the protective pendants ensured Harry, Daphne, and the other DA members could maintain their secret activities without detection. The DA itself had resumed meetings, now held more securely with enhanced precautions and rotating schedules to avoid patterns that might alert the Inquisitorial Squad. Daphne's position within Slytherin grew increasingly precarious as her association with the DA became impossible to completely hide. Theodore Nott watched her constantly, clearly reporting her movements to both Umbridge and, likely, his Death Eater father. Only her family's political importance and her carefully maintained facade of academic motivation prevented outright confrontation. Meanwhile, Fleur had made a breakthrough in her research at Gringotts. During a weekend meeting at the Room of Requirement, where she joined them through a magical projection similar to a pensive memory, she shared her discoveries. The goblins maintain ancient records of dark magic that the Ministry has banned from wizarding libraries, her projection explained, gesturing to the scrolls visible in her London flat. According to these texts, Horcruxes can be detected by those who share blood with their creator. But none of us share blood with Voldemort, Harry pointed out. Fleur's projection smiled. Not naturally, no. But Harry, you said Voldemort used your blood in the ritual that restored his body, yes? Harry nodded, remembering Wormtail's knife cutting into his arm in the graveyard. He said my blood would make him stronger, able to touch me without pain. He created a blood connection between you, Fleur explained. And now, through our blood ritual, that connection extends to all three of us in a diluted form. Daphne's eyes widened in understanding. So theoretically, we could use our bond to sense other Horcruxes? Precisely, Fleur confirmed. It would require a specific ritual to attune our awareness, but once completed, we should be able to detect the magical resonance of soul fragments similar to the one in the locket. This revelation changed everything. If they could locate the Horcruxes, they would have leverage to approach Dumbledore with concrete assistance rather than mere questions. More importantly, they could potentially accelerate the search for these soul fragments, removing Voldemort's path to immortality before the coming war reached its peak. The ritual Fleur proposed was complex but achievable. It required ingredients they could obtain through various means, most legally through the potion storeroom or Hogsmeade, a few requiring Fleur's access to Diagon Alley's more specialized shops. The most challenging aspect was timing. The ritual needed to be performed during the waning quarter moon, which was still 2 weeks away. In the meantime, they focused on mastering more advanced applications of their bond. The Room of Requirement became their sanctuary, transforming each night into whatever environment best suited their practice. They learned to share sensory experiences with perfect clarity, to blend their magic in increasingly complex spells, and to maintain constant awareness of each other's well-being without conscious effort. One evening, as they practiced a particularly challenging form of cooperative magic, creating a 3-layered shield that incorporated all their magical affinities, Harry felt a strange prickling sensation at his scar. He faltered, the shield collapsing as a wave of foreign emotion washed over him. Harry? Daphne was immediately at his side, steadying him as he swayed. What's wrong? Voldemort, Harry gasped, pressing a hand to his scar. He's excited. Really excited. Something's happened. Through the bond, Fleur's concern radiated from hundreds of miles away. Can you see what he's seeing? She asked urgently. Harry closed his eyes, hesitantly opening himself to the foreign presence that sometimes invaded his mind through the scar. Immediately, a vision flashed before him, a circular room with rows upon rows of glowing orbs, and Voldemort's pale hand reaching toward one specific sphere labeled with Harry's name. The Department of Mysteries, he breathed as the vision faded. He's found something there, something about me. The prophecy, Daphne realized. You mentioned there was a prophecy about you and the Dark Lord. It must be stored in the Hall of Prophecies. Harry nodded weakly, the pain in his scar subsiding. He's been searching for it all year. That's why I kept having dreams about that corridor. The implications were disturbing. If Voldemort had located the full prophecy that Dumbledore had kept secret all these years, he would gain whatever strategic information it contained. Yet something didn't quite fit. Wait, Harry said, frowning. He wasn't actually there, it was more like a plan. A visualization of what he intends to do. The Department of Mysteries is within the Ministry itself, Fleur pointed out. Even Voldemort couldn't simply walk in to retrieve a prophecy. Unless he has help from the inside, Daphne suggested grimly. Lucius Malfoy has significant influence at the Ministry. This new development added urgency to their preparations. If Voldemort was moving toward some kind of action involving the Department of Mysteries and the prophecy, they needed to be ready to respond, which meant completing the Horcrux detection ritual as soon as possible. "We should tell Dumbledore about this," Harry said, making a sudden decision. "About the vision, at least, if not about our bond yet." Daphne nodded in agreement. "If the Dark Lord is planning something at the Ministry, the Order needs to know." They decided Harry would approach McGonagall the next day to request a meeting with the headmaster, a meeting that would hopefully provide an opportunity to gauge how much Dumbledore already knew about the Horcruxes before they revealed their own investigations. As they concluded their practice session, Daphne lingered behind after Fleur's projection faded. "There's something else we need to discuss," she said, looking uncharacteristically hesitant. "A complication within Slytherin House." Harry sat beside her on the comfortable sofa the room had provided. "What's happened?" "Theodore not cornered me yesterday," she explained. "He claims his father has negotiated a marriage contract with my parents, a claim my father explicitly denied in his last letter. When I refused to acknowledge it, Theo became threatening." Anger flared in Harry, hot and immediate. "Did he hurt you?" "No," Daphne assured him. "But he implied that my continued independence was temporary. That once the Dark Lord's plans advance, neutral families like mine will be forced to choose sides, and the knots would ensure the Greengrasses made the correct choice." The possessive threat behind Knott's words was clear. "We won't let that happen," Harry said firmly, unconsciously taking her hand. The contact sent golden light dancing across their joined fingers, the bond responding to his protective instinct. Daphne looked down at their hands, a complex mix of emotions crossing her face. "This bond has changed everything," she said softly. "A few months ago, I might have considered Knott's offer as a political necessity. My family's protection for the price of a loveless marriage. And now?" Harry asked, acutely aware of the warmth of her hand in his. "Now I understand what real connection feels like," she replied, meeting his eyes directly. "The bond shows us at our truest, our magic, our thoughts, our essences. I could never accept a pale imitation of that." The moment between them stretched, charged with unspoken feelings that flowed freely through the bond despite their attempts at restraint. Their connection had begun as magical necessity, evolved into strategic alliance, and now was becoming something neither had anticipated, a deep personal bond that transcended their original understanding. Fleur's presence brushed gently against their consciousnesses, drawn by the emotional intensity flowing through their shared connection. Unlike in their early days, there was no awkwardness in this three-way awareness, only a natural extension of their bond to include all its participants. "We are all changing through this connection," Fleur observed, her mental voice warm with affection. "What began as Luna's prophecy has become something far more profound." As Harry and Daphne made their way back to their respective dormitories that night, the golden threads of their bond remained unusually visible, pulsing with an intensity that reflected their deepening connection. Something fundamental had shifted between them, a change that would prove crucial in the challenges that lay ahead. But first, they needed to speak with Dumbledore. The time for keeping secrets was running out. Gaining access to the headmaster proved more difficult than anticipated. McGonagall took Harry's request seriously, especially after he mentioned having visions of Voldemort in the Department of Mysteries, but Dumbledore remained elusive, always in meetings, away from the castle on urgent business, or otherwise unavailable. "I assure you, Potter, I have conveyed the urgency of your request," McGonagall said with evident frustration after a week of failed attempts. "The headmaster asked me to tell you he is aware of the situation and has taken appropriate measures." "That's not good enough," Harry insisted, struggling to keep his temper in check. "I need to speak with him directly. It's about more than just the visions now." McGonagall studied him with sharp eyes. "Is there something else I should know, Potter?" Harry hesitated, tempted to reveal everything to his head of house, who had always been strict but fair. Through the bond, he felt Daphne's caution and Fleur's uncertainty. "We need Dumbledore specifically," Daphne reminded him. "Only he would understand the full implications of what we've discovered." It's something I can only discuss with Professor Dumbledore, Harry said finally. Please, Professor. It's important, more important than he realizes. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. I believe you, Potter. I will make one more attempt to impress upon the headmaster the necessity of meeting with you. In the meantime, I suggest you focus on your upcoming OWL examinations, which begin next week. With OWLS approaching and Umbridge surveillance intensifying, they had little choice but to concentrate on their academic responsibilities while continuing their private preparations for the Horcrux detection ritual. The waning quarter moon would arrive the night before their first examination, making timing particularly tight. The DA meetings had shifted focus to examination preparation, providing a legitimate cover for their gatherings. Even Umbridge could find little fault with students practicing ministry-approved spells for their standardized tests, though the inquisitorial squad continued to search for evidence of more subversive activities. Daphne had become an integral part of these sessions, her excellent theoretical knowledge complementing Harry's practical expertise. The initial suspicion from other houses had largely dissipated as students recognized her genuine contributions and commitment to their collective success. Your shield charm has improved dramatically, Longbottom, she observed during one session, making slight adjustments to Neville's wand grip. Try anchoring your stance more firmly, earth magic relies on proper grounding. Neville, initially skeptical of advice from a Slytherin, looked surprised when his next shield manifested with significantly more strength. That's brilliant. How did you know about the earth magic connection? My family has traditional ties to earth-based magic, Daphne explained smoothly, avoiding mention of her specific magical affinity within the bond. Your magical signature suggests similar tendencies. Across the room, Harry watched this exchange with pride, impressed by how naturally Daphne had integrated herself into the group. Through their bond, he felt her satisfaction at Neville's progress, a genuine desire to help that contradicted every stereotype about Slytherin selfishness. Hermione sidled up beside him, following his gaze. You two have become quite close, she observed carefully. She's been a great help with the DA, Harry replied, aiming for casual but not quite achieving it. It's more than that, Hermione said quietly. I've noticed the way you communicate sometimes, almost without words. And those matching silver pendants you and she both started wearing recently. She raised a hand to forestall his protest. I'm not asking for explanations, Harry. Not yet. But whatever is happening between you, Greengrass, and Fleur Delacour, be careful. Umbridge is watching all of you specifically. Harry stared at her in shock. How did you? I'm observant, Harry, Hermione said with a small smile. And I've been researching unusual magical connections since I noticed the changes in your magical signature months ago. The pieces aren't that difficult to put together for someone who knows what to look for. Before Harry could respond, Ron called for Hermione's help with a particularly tricky transfiguration problem, ending their conversation. But her words lingered, a reminder that their secret wouldn't remain hidden forever, not from those who knew Harry best. Through the bond, he felt Daphne's acknowledgement of this reality. She was bound to figure it out eventually, came her thought. The question is whether we bring her fully into our confidence now or wait until after the ritual. After, Harry decided. Once we have concrete results from the Horcrux detection, we'll have something tangible to share with both Hermione and Dumbledore. The night of the waning quarter moon finally arrived, finding Harry and Daphne in the room of requirement, which had transformed itself into a perfect ritual chamber. A circular pool of still water occupied the center of the room, surrounded by 7 silver candles that burned with unusual blue flames. The ceiling above had become transparent, revealing the night sky and the precisely half-illuminated moon. Fleur joined them through a more substantial projection this time, a magical technique she had discovered in the Vila grimoire her grandmother had gifted her. Her image was solid enough to interact with physical objects, though it required significant magical energy to maintain. The ritual must begin exactly at moonrise, she instructed, arranging various ingredients around the pool. We'll each add our contributions to the water in sequence, then combine our blood once more, this time with the intent to seek out the fragments of the one whose blood Harry shares. They worked in harmonious silence, preparing the ritual components with practiced precision. When the moon's light first touched the water through the enchanted ceiling, Fleur began the incantation, ancient words in a language older than Latin, flowing with melodic power. One by one, they added the prepared ingredients to the pool: phoenix tears donated by Fawkes through Dumbledore's unwitting assistance, basilisk scale powder Harry had collected from the Chamber of Secrets during a secret expedition, and a rare silver moon flower from the Greengrass Conservatory, its petals unfurling as they touched the water's surface. The pool began to glow with an inner light, the water swirling gently though no wind disturbed it. When all ingredients had been added, they positioned themselves equidistant around the circle, each extending a hand over the illuminated water. With shared blood, we seek the scattered soul, Fleur intoned. With shared purpose, we bind the fragmented essence. With shared power, we illuminate the hidden darkness. As one, they drew silver knives across their palms, allowing 7 drops of blood to fall into the glowing pool. The moment Harry's blood, containing that crucial connection to Voldemort, touched the water, the entire pool flashed with blinding light. When their vision cleared, the water had transformed into a swirling silver mirror, upon which 7 points of darkness had appeared, like black stars against a mercury sky. One of the points pulsed more brightly than the others, accompanied by a strange hissing sound that made Harry's scar tingle. 7, Daphne whispered, horror evident in her voice. 7 Horcruxes. No, Harry said, studying the pattern more carefully. Look, this one is different. He pointed to a point that seemed somehow connected to his own reflection. I think that's the connection through my scar. Not a proper Horcrux, but something similar. So 6 true Horcruxes, Fleur corrected, her projection leaning closer to the pool. One appears to have already been destroyed. She indicated a point that glowed with a different quality than the others, an echo rather than an active presence. The diary, Harry confirmed. That leaves 5 still active, including the locket the Order has found. They studied the swirling pattern, noticing how the points seemed to arrange themselves in meaningful positions. One appeared to be at Hogwarts itself, another deep beneath London in what must be a Gringotts vault, a third in what looked like an ancient house, and 2 others whose locations were less distinct. We need to record this, Daphne said, quickly retrieving parchment and quill from a nearby table. She sketched the pattern with practiced precision, noting the relative positions and apparent locations. As she worked, the image in the pool began to fade, the magic of the ritual reaching its natural conclusion. Just before it disappeared entirely, one final image flashed across the surface, a lightning bolt, identical to Harry's scar, overlaid with a golden triangle containing 3 intersecting circles. What was that? Harry asked, startled by the unexpected symbol. The mark of a triadic bond, Fleur explained, recognition dawning on her face. Combined with your scar, the symbol of Voldemort's first defeat. A prophecy within a prophecy, Daphne murmured. Luna's words about our bond and the original prophecy about Harry and the Dark Lord, they're connected somehow. The implications were staggering. Their bond wasn't just a magical coincidence activated by the Triwizard Tournament, it was somehow integral to the defeat of Voldemort, perhaps specifically related to the destruction of his Horcruxes. We need to speak with Dumbledore, Harry said with renewed determination. Tomorrow, after the first OWL exam. No more delays. Daphne and Fleur nodded in agreement. The time for working in isolation had passed. With the revelation of 6 Horcruxes, 1 already destroyed, 1 in the Order's possession, and 4 more to locate, they needed the headmaster's knowledge and resources. As they concluded the ritual and cleared away the evidence of their work, all 3 felt the bond between them pulse with renewed purpose. What had begun as Luna Lovegood's strange revelation had evolved into something far more significant than any of them could have imagined, a connection that might prove crucial not just to their own futures, but to the fate of the entire wizarding world. The threads of fate, it seemed, had been weaving toward this moment all along. Chapter 3, Triple-Threaded Power. The morning of their first OWL examination dawned with a peculiar stillness over Hogwarts. Students moved through the corridors with expressions of grim determination or barely concealed panic, clutching notes and muttering incantations under their breath. The Great Hall had been transformed for the examinations, individual desks replacing the longhouse tables, spaced at precise intervals across the stone floor. Harry had barely slept, his mind racing with the revelations from the previous night's ritual. 6 Horcruxes, fragments of Voldemort's soul scattered like dark anchors throughout the wizarding world. The knowledge felt heavy, a burden that needed to be shared with Dumbledore before they could move forward. "You look awful," Ron observed bluntly as they headed toward the Great Hall for the charms written examination. "Did you sleep at all?" "Not really," Harry admitted, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. "Too much on my mind." "The exam?" Ron asked sympathetically. "I know the feeling. I kept dreaming I showed up and all the questions were in Murmish." Harry managed a weak smile, not bothering to correct his friend's assumption. Through the bond, he felt Daphne's calm, analytical presence, her natural confidence in academic matters providing a steadying influence despite her own concerns about their discoveries. "Remember the detection charm we practiced?" she projected to him as they entered the Great Hall. "It might be useful during the practical portion this afternoon." "Thanks," Harry replied silently, grateful for her support. The synchronization of their bond had progressed to the point where such communications felt as natural as breathing. As they took their assigned seats, Harry glanced across the hall to where Daphne sat with the other Slytherin fifth years. She looked perfectly composed, her posture straight and her expression focused, giving no hint of the momentous ritual they had performed just hours earlier. Only the slight tension around her eyes, visible to Harry through their bond, revealed her true state of mind. Professor Flitwick distributed the examination parchments with a flick of his wand. "You may begin," he announced as an enormous hourglass turned itself over at the front of the hall. Harry forced himself to focus on the questions before him, deliberately drawing on Daphne's methodical thought process through the bond to organize his approach. For the theory sections, her knowledge flowed naturally to him whenever he reached for it, not as explicit answers, but as a framework that helped him structure his own understanding more effectively. When he came to a particularly complex question about emotional influences on cheering charms, he felt Fleur's awareness briefly sharpen, her expertise in emotion-based magic providing subtle insights that enhanced his response. By the time the examination ended, Harry felt surprisingly confident. Working through the bond had allowed him to access not just additional knowledge but different ways of thinking, Daphne's structured approach and Fleur's intuitive understanding complementing his own practical experience. "That wasn't as terrible as I expected," Ron said as they left the hall for lunch before the practical portion. "Though I think I messed up the question about memory charms. What did you put for the psychological effects of improper application?" Before Harry could respond, Hermione launched into a detailed analysis of her own answers, giving Harry a moment to connect with Daphne through the bond. "Meet me outside Dumbledore's office after the practical exam," he projected. "I've asked McGonagall to arrange a meeting." "I'll be there," Daphne confirmed. "Fleur is trying to get permission to use the Gringotts Fleur network to join us." The practical examination passed in a similar fashion, with Harry drawing subtly on his bondmate's strengths to enhance his performance. When asked to demonstrate a color change charm on a raven, he channeled Fleur's delicate touch with transformative magic, producing a perfect iridescent peacock effect that drew an appreciative nod from the examiner. For the levitation charm demonstration, he incorporated Daphne's precise control, manipulating multiple objects through a complex pattern that demonstrated far more finesse than he'd shown in practice sessions. "Very impressive, Mr. Potter," Professor Tofty remarked as Harry completed his examination. "Your charm work has remarkable depth to it. Almost as if it contains multiple magical signatures blended seamlessly together." Harry froze momentarily, wondering if the elderly examiner had somehow detected their bond despite the protective pendants. But Tofty merely smiled and made a note on his clipboard, apparently attributing the observation to Harry's individual skill rather than external influence. As the students filed out after the examination, the atmosphere had lightened considerably, with most discussing their performance or expressing relief at having completed the first of their OWLs. Harry made his excuses to Ron and Hermione, claiming he needed to speak with McGonagall about his career consultation follow-up. "I'll save you a seat at dinner," Ron called after him as Harry headed toward the headmaster's office. Daphne was already waiting in an alcove near the stone gargoyle that guarded the entrance, her Slytherin tie loosened slightly after the long examination day. "Any luck with McGonagall?" she asked as he approached. "She gave me the password," Harry confirmed, glancing around to ensure they weren't observed. "Apparently Dumbledore returned to the castle during our exam and has agreed to see me, though she didn't mention you." "I'll handle that part," Daphne said confidently. "Did Fleur manage to arrange transport?" "She's meeting us inside," Harry replied. The goblins granted her temporary access to their secure Fleur network on the pretext of discussing a confidential matter with the Hogwarts headmaster regarding cursed artifacts. Harry spoke the password, fizzing whiz-bee, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. Together, they ascended to the polished oak door of Dumbledore's office and knocked firmly. "Enter," came the headmaster's voice from within. Harry pushed open the door, revealing the familiar circular office with its silver instruments and portraits of previous headmasters. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose as he examined a piece of parchment. He looked up as they entered, his eyebrows rising slightly at the sight of Daphne accompanying Harry. "Ah, Mr. Potter. I see you've brought Miss Greengrass with you." His tone was mild, but his piercing blue eyes studied them with unmistakable curiosity. "Professor McGonagall mentioned you wished to speak with me on a matter of some urgency." "Yes, Professor," Harry began. "It concerns Voldemort and the—" He was interrupted by a flash of green flame in the office fireplace as Fleur stepped through, brushing soot from her elegant blue robes. "Pardon my timing," she said. The goblins insisted on additional security protocols before allowing access. Dumbledore's expression shifted from curiosity to alert interest as he observed the three of them. "Miss Delacour as well. How unexpected." He steepled his fingers, regarding them thoughtfully. "I believe I begin to see the pattern, though I confess I did not anticipate this particular development." Harry exchanged glances with Daphne and Fleur, surprised by Dumbledore's apparent lack of surprise. "Sir," he said, deciding to be direct, "we're here about the Horcruxes." That got a reaction. Dumbledore's eyes widened marginally, and he leaned forward in his chair. "How did you come to know that term, Harry?" "Through research and other means," Daphne answered carefully. "We know about the locket the Order recovered, Slytherin's locket. We know it contains a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, and we know it's not the only one. We've found a way to detect them," Fleur added, stepping forward to stand beside Harry and Daphne. "All of them." Dumbledore rose slowly from his chair, circling his desk to face them directly. "This is extremely sensitive information," he said, his voice grave. "Information I have deliberately kept restricted to protect those involved." "How exactly did the three of you uncover it?" Harry made a decision. With a nod to his companions, he held out his hand, palm up, revealing the thin silver scar from their blood ritual. Daphne and Fleur did the same, displaying identical marks. "We share a triadic bond," Harry explained. "It formed during the Triwizard Tournament but has grown stronger since then. Through this connection, we've been able to combine our magical abilities in ways that revealed the Horcruxes." Dumbledore's eyes moved from one scar to another, understanding dawning in his expression. "A triadic bond," he murmured. "Extraordinary. Such connections are incredibly rare, perhaps once in a century. And to form spontaneously among three individuals from such different backgrounds." "It wasn't entirely spontaneous," Daphne admitted. Luna Lovegood recognized the potential connection and guided us toward acknowledging it. Ah, Miss Lovegood. Dumbledore nodded as if this explained everything. Her mother Pandora was researching such bonds before her tragic accident. It seems her daughter inherited her unique perception. He gestured for them to be seated in comfortable chairs that appeared with a wave of his hand. Now, tell me about these Horcruxes you've detected. For the next hour, they explained everything, the progressive strengthening of their bond, the blood ritual that had synchronized their magic, and finally the Horcrux detection ritual they had performed the previous night. Daphne presented her detailed sketch of the pattern they had observed in the ritual pool, with the 6 Horcruxes clearly marked. One has already been destroyed, Harry said, pointing to the faded mark on the parchment. The diary from the Chamber of Secrets. Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. Tom Riddle's diary was indeed a Horcrux, though I did not know for certain until after you had destroyed it with the basilisk fang. He studied the parchment with intense focus. And you believe one is here at Hogwarts? The ritual showed it clearly, Fleur replied. Somewhere within the castle, though we couldn't pinpoint the exact location. Dumbledore stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. This is remarkable work, far beyond what I had accomplished in my own research. I had identified several likely objects but locating them has proven challenging. He looked up at them, his expression both impressed and concerned. However, I must caution you about the dangers involved. Horcruxes are not merely dark objects, they actively corrupt and harm those who come into contact with them. We've considered that, Daphne said. Our bond provides a measure of protection. 3 souls in harmony are more resilient against the influence of a fragmented one. A sound theory, Dumbledore acknowledged. And one I would like to test with the locket currently in our possession. He rose and crossed to a heavily warded cabinet behind his desk. After a complex series of non-verbal spells, he removed a small box made of what appeared to be lead. Inside lay Slytherin's locket, an ornate golden pendant with an emerald S inlaid on its front. Even from across the room, Harry felt his scar prickle uncomfortably. Through the bond, he sensed Daphne and Fleur's immediate revulsion at the dark magic emanating from the object. We've been unable to open it, Dumbledore explained, levitating the box to a small table between them. And conventional destruction methods have proven ineffective. The protective enchantments are extraordinarily powerful. Harry reached for the bond, drawing strength from Daphne and Fleur as they moved to stand beside him. Together, they approached the locket, their combined magical awareness examining the object on multiple levels simultaneously. It's designed to open for a Parselmouth, Harry said immediately, recognizing the subtle snake patterns hidden within the decorative scrollwork. But only if the command is given in Parseltongue. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You can determine that simply by looking at it? Not looking, Fleur explained. Our combined magical perception allows us to see layers of enchantment that would be invisible individually. Harry's connection to the Dark Lord provides recognition of the Parseltongue requirement, my Vila heritage detects the intent-based wards, and Daphne's analytical magic reveals the structural weaknesses. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. Would you be willing to attempt to open it? The 3 exchanged glances, communicating silently through their bond. It's dangerous, Daphne cautioned. The soul fragment will fight back. Together, we're stronger, Harry reminded her. And we need to prove the effectiveness of our bond if Dumbledore is going to trust us with the other Horcruxes. I agree with Harry, Fleur added. But we should establish a protective circle first. They turned back to Dumbledore. We'll try, Harry said. But we need to prepare properly. With Dumbledore's permission, they arranged themselves in a triangular formation around the table bearing the locket. Each took position according to their magical affinity, Harry facing the locket directly, with Daphne to his right representing Earth's stability, and Fleur to his left embodying fire's transformative power. They joined hands, completing their circle, and immediately felt the bond surge between them. Golden threads of light appeared, connecting their pendants and forming a protective barrier around them. Now, Harry, Daphne said softly. Command it to open. Harry focused on the serpentine S, imagining it as a living snake. Open, he hissed in Parseltongue. The locket clicked and swung open. Immediately, a dark vapor poured forth, coalescing into a shadowy figure with gleaming red eyes. Before it could fully form, Harry felt Daphne's magic surge through their bond, steady, grounding energy that anchored them against the Horcrux's attempt to infiltrate their minds. Simultaneously, Fleur's Vela fire manifested, creating a ring of silver-blue flames around the locket that contained the emerging spectre. The figure twisted and writhed, trying to break free, its form shifting between Tom Riddle's handsome face and Voldemort's serpentine visage. Impressive, it hissed, its voice somehow reaching into their minds despite the containment. 3 little children playing with powers beyond their understanding. Shall I show you your futures? The figure split into 3 separate apparitions, each targeting one of the bond mates. Before Harry appeared his parents, their expressions disappointed and accusing. You failed us, the false James said. Our sacrifice was wasted on a boy who needs others to fight his battles. Daphne faced a vision of her family in chains, her father's proud face broken by torture. This is the price of your betrayal, the spectre whispered. This is what awaits the Greengrass legacy because of your choices. Fleur's apparition showed her sister Gabrielle, abandoned and drowning in the Black Lake, her hands reaching desperately toward the surface as Harry and Daphne turned away, leaving her to die. It's not real, Harry gritted out, tightening his grip on his bondmate's hands. It's trying to break our connection, to make us doubt each other. Through their bond, he poured his absolute trust in them, his certainty in Daphne's unwavering loyalty and Fleur's fierce protectiveness. They responded in kind, their combined confidence creating a golden glow that pushed back against the Horcrux's dark influence. Now! Fleur commanded, her voice ringing with authority. As one, they raised their free hands toward the locket, channeling their magic in perfect harmony. Harry contributed the raw power and protective force of his water affinity, creating a surge of magical energy that overwhelmed the Horcrux's defenses. Daphne shaped and directed that power with Earth's precision, focusing it exactly where the locket was most vulnerable. Fleur's fire magic provided the transformative element, turning their combined force into something capable of destroying a soul fragment. A beam of golden-white light erupted from their joined magic, striking the locket with devastating precision. The Horcrux screamed, a high, terrible sound that made the office windows rattle in their frames. The dark apparitions dissolved into smoke, drawn back into the locket as if by a powerful vacuum. For one moment, the locket glowed white-hot, suspended in the air by their combined magic. Then, with a sound like a thunderclap, it split down the middle, a black, oily substance pouring from its broken halves before evaporating into nothing. Silence fell over the office. The 3 bondmates stood unmoving, still connected by hand and magic, their faces illuminated by the fading golden light of their power. Dumbledore stepped forward, his expression one of undisguised awe. In all my years, he said quietly, I have never witnessed such magic. 3 separate magical signatures working in perfect harmony, creating something greater than their individual sum. He examined the destroyed locket with careful movements of his wand. Complete destruction of the soul fragment without damaging the physical vessel beyond the minimum necessary. Even fiendfire lacks such precision. Harry, Daphne, and Fleur slowly lowered their hands, the golden threads of their bond fading from visible sight though the connection remained strong between them. That was just one, Harry said, his voice hoarse from the magical exertion. There are 4 more. And now we know we can destroy them, Daphne added, her normally perfect composure slightly disheveled, a tendril of dark hair falling across her flushed face. But at significant cost, Fleur observed, noting how all 3 of them showed signs of magical exhaustion. We will need time to recover between each destruction. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Indeed. And time is something we may not have in abundance. He returned to his desk, retrieving the parchment with Daphne's sketch of the Horcrux locations. Based on your ritual, we must prioritize the Horcrux here at Hogwarts. With Dolores Umbridge's increasing control over the school, our window of opportunity may be closing. Do you know what it might be? Harry asked, taking a seat as his legs suddenly felt unsteady. I have suspicions, Dumbledore replied. Based on Tom Riddle's obsession with the Founders and this school, I believe it may be an artifact belonging to Rowena Ravenclaw, specifically, her lost diadem. Daphne looked up sharply. But that's been missing for centuries. Indeed. Which would make it an ideal vessel, something of immense historical and magical value, hidden where none would think to look for it. Dumbledore turned to Harry. Have you encountered any objects that might fit this description during your explorations of the castle? Harry frowned, trying to recall anything resembling a diadem. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, not his own, but one that had flowed through the bond during their synchronization ritual. One of Daphne's memories of a conversation overheard in the Slytherin common room during their first year. The Room of Hidden Things, he said suddenly. It's a version of the Room of Requirement, a place where objects have been hidden for centuries. Of course, Daphne breathed, picking up his thought through their bond. The Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's ghost. There's a story passed down in Slytherin that she helped someone hide the diadem centuries ago. She never speaks of it, but... Tom Riddle was very persuasive, Dumbledore finished. Particularly with those who felt marginalized or misunderstood. Fleur straightened, her magical reserves already beginning to recover. We should search for it immediately, while our bond is still attuned to the Horcrux's magical signature from the detection ritual. Dumbledore considered this, then nodded. Very well. But I must insist on accompanying you. After witnessing your approach to the locket, I believe your method of destruction is superior to what I had planned, but the risks remain substantial. As they prepared to leave the office, Dumbledore paused, fixing Harry with an insightful gaze. There is one matter we have not discussed, Harry. Your scar. Harry's hand rose unconsciously to his forehead. It appeared in the ritual. Not as a true Horcrux, but something similar. Yes, Dumbledore said heavily. I have long suspected that when Voldemort attempted to kill you as an infant, the rebounding curse caused a fragment of his soul to attach itself to you, creating an accidental, incomplete Horcrux. Daphne and Fleur moved protectively closer to Harry, their bond pulsing with shared concern and fierce determination. That won't be a problem, Daphne said with quiet certainty. Our bond has already begun transforming that connection. What once was a direct channel to the Dark Lord's mind has been diffused through our shared magic. We're reclaiming it, Fleur explained. The blood ritual that strengthened our bond used the connection to Voldemort as a detection mechanism for the Horcruxes, but in doing so, it began to neutralize its hold on Harry. Dumbledore looked between them with new understanding. The ancient magic at work here is remarkable. Love, the power Voldemort has never understood, manifesting through magical bonds that transcend conventional wizarding categories. His eyes twinkled for the first time since they'd entered his office. Perhaps Miss Lovegood's intervention was more crucial than any of us realized. Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp knock at the office door. Without waiting for a response, Dolores Umbridge burst in, flanked by two members of her inquisitorial squad, Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott. Ah, Headmaster, here you are, she said in her sickly sweet voice. And Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass, and Miss Delacour, is it not? How very interesting to find you all together. Her bulging eyes took in the scene, lingering on the destroyed locket still lying on the table and the faint golden glow that hadn't quite faded from around the three bondmates. I've come with an educational decree directly from the minister, Umbridge continued, holding up an official-looking scroll. Number 30, all students suspected of participating in unauthorized magical bonding rituals are to be immediately suspended pending full investigation by the Department of Mysteries. She smiled broadly, her toad-like face alight with malicious triumph. Mr. Knott has provided detailed testimony regarding illegal blood magic performed by these three individuals. The Aurors have been summoned and will arrive shortly to escort them to the ministry for questioning. Dumbledore rose to his full height, suddenly emanating a palpable aura of power that made Umbridge take an involuntary step backward. "I'm afraid, Dolores, that you have exceeded your authority. The minister cannot override ancient magical law regarding soul bonds, particularly those that form spontaneously." This was no spontaneous bond, Umbridge spat, her sweet facade cracking. According to Mr. Knott's testimony, they performed dark rituals in an abandoned cottage beyond Hogsmeade, unauthorized, dangerous magic involving blood and unknown artifacts. Theodore Knott stepped forward, his pale face set in lines of righteous accusation. "I witnessed it myself, Headmaster." Potter and the others were surrounded by golden light, chanting in an unknown language. It's clearly the kind of subversive activity the High Inquisitor has been appointed to prevent. Draco Malfoy remained slightly behind Umbridge, his expression less certain than Knott's. His eyes kept darting to Daphne, a mixture of confusion and something almost like concern in his gaze. "The nature of their bond is not in question," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Merely your interpretation of how it formed and what it represents. As headmaster of Hogwarts, I have final authority over the magical education and well-being of my students, and I see no cause for suspension or ministry intervention." Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of puce. "Perhaps you have forgotten, Dumbledore, that your position as headmaster is currently under review by the Educational Council. Harboring students who practice illegal blood magic might be the final evidence needed to remove you from your post." The standoff was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a silvery lynx Patronus that bounded through the office wall. It spoke with Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice, "Death Eaters have breached the Department of Mysteries. The prophecy has been taken. Order members responding. Request immediate assistance." The room froze in shocked silence. Dumbledore turned to Harry, his expression grave. "It seems Voldemort has made his move." Umbridge gave a high-pitched, nervous laugh. "This is clearly some sort of trick. You know who has not returned. The minister has made that perfectly clear." "The minister is wrong," Harry said firmly, stepping forward. The bond surged within him, Daphne and Fleur's strength flowing into his words. "Voldemort is back, he's after something in the Department of Mysteries, and people are going to die if we don't act now." He turned to Dumbledore. "We need to go there immediately. The Order needs help, and," he hesitated, then pressed on, "I think Voldemort is trying to draw me there specifically. The visions I've been having all year were leading to this." "A trap, then," Daphne said quietly. "Designed to lure you to the prophecy." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "And now we must turn the trap against its maker." He addressed Umbridge directly. "Dolores, you have a choice. You can continue this misguided attempt to enforce the minister's increasingly desperate denial of reality, or you can step aside and allow us to address a genuine threat to wizarding security." Before Umbridge could respond, the office door burst open again, admitting Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville, and Luna, all looking breathless and determined. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed. "We've been looking everywhere for you. Something's happening, students are saying there's been an attack at the ministry, and," she broke off, taking in the tense tableau before her. Luna drifted forward, her protuberant eyes moving calmly from Harry to Daphne to Fleur. "The triple thread is complete," she observed serenely. "Just as my mother predicted. When three become one, the seven shall fall." "Miss Lovegood," Umbridge snapped. "This is a private disciplinary meeting. You and your friends will leave immediately or face detention." Luna seemed entirely unperturbed by the threat. "I'm afraid we can't do that, Professor. The prophecy is quite clear. The triadic bond must face the sevenfold darkness together." She turned to Harry with a dreamy smile. "That's why I brought you your wand holster. I thought you might need it." She held out a dragonhide wand holster that Harry recognized as the one Sirius had given him for Christmas. Somehow, Luna had known he would need it before he did himself. The situation was rapidly spiraling beyond Umbridge's control. Her eyes darted nervously between the students, Dumbledore, and the door, as if calculating her best move. Theodore Nott had no such hesitation. With a sudden, vicious movement, he drew his wand and pointed it at Daphne. "Traitors to blood purity deserve what they get," he snarled. Greengrass chose her side when she bonded with Potter and that half-breed. Crucio. The unforgivable curse shot toward Daphne with deadly intent, but never reached its target. Without conscious thought, Harry and Fleur had moved in perfect synchronization with Daphne's own defensive reaction, their bond manifesting a triadic shield unlike anything taught at Hogwarts. The curse struck the golden barrier and rebounded with amplified force, hitting Nott squarely in the chest. He collapsed, screaming in agony as his own torture curse turned against him. "Finite incantatem," Daphne said firmly, ending the rebounded spell after just a few seconds, enough to incapacitate Nott without causing permanent damage. The controlled response, despite his attempt to torture her, demonstrated a mastery of magic and emotion that left everyone in the room stunned. Except Luna, who merely nodded as if this was exactly what she had expected to see. "Merlin's beard," Neville whispered, staring at the golden shield still shimmering around the three bond mates. "What kind of magic is that?" "The kind that will help us defeat Voldemort," Harry replied, his voice steady with newfound conviction. He turned to his friends. "Voldemort has launched an attack on the Department of Mysteries. It's a trap meant for me, but we're going to turn it against him." "We're coming with you," Ron said immediately, drawing his wand. "All of us," Ginny added, the other DA members nodding in agreement. Umbridge seemed to have lost the capacity for speech, her mouth opening and closing silently as she stared at the display of magic she had never encountered in all her ministry training. Draco Malfoy had backed against the wall, his face pale with shock, while Nott remained semi-conscious on the floor. Dumbledore surveyed the scene with a mixture of pride and concern. "Harry, you and your bond mates must go to the Ministry immediately. Your combined power may be crucial in confronting what awaits there." He turned to the other students. "The rest of you should remain here, where, with respect, Headmaster," Hermione interrupted with uncharacteristic boldness, "we've been training in the DA for exactly this kind of situation. Harry and the others will need backup." "And they'll have it," came a new voice from the doorway. Sirius Black stood there, accompanied by Remus Lupin and several other Order members. "We received Kingsley's Patronus and came to collect you, Albus." His eyes found Harry, widening slightly at the golden glow still surrounding him, Daphne, and Fleur. "What in Merlin's name?" "A long story for another time," Dumbledore said. "For now, we must focus on the crisis at hand." He turned to the assembled group, his decision made. "Harry, Miss Greengrass, and Miss Delacour will accompany me and the Order members to the Ministry. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, and the other DA leaders will coordinate the school's defense in our absence, as there may well be a coordinated attack on Hogwarts while we are occupied elsewhere." His gaze fell on Umbridge, who had finally found her voice. "You can't do this," she sputtered. The minister will soon have far greater concerns than school policies," Dumbledore interrupted firmly. "Dolores, I suggest you consider very carefully where your true loyalties lie, with Cornelius Fudge's political ambitions, or with the safety of the wizarding world." He turned to Harry and his bond mates. "We must leave immediately. The Ministry's Fleur connection is our fastest route." As the group reorganized according to Dumbledore's instructions, Luna approached the three bond mates, her dreamy expression momentarily replaced by unusual focus. "The final thread connects where the story began," she said softly. "In the chamber where death was defied, you'll find the crown that thinks. But beware, the darkness recognizes its own." Harry stared at her, understanding dawning. "The diadem, it's in the Chamber of Secrets?" Luna shook her head. Not the chamber itself. The room of hidden things, as you guessed. But the entrance lies where tears of the phoenix once fell. With that cryptic message, she drifted back to join the other DA members, leaving Harry, Daphne, and Fleur to exchange bewildered glances. "We'll decipher it later," Daphne said practically. "Right now, the Ministry takes priority." As they prepared to depart through Dumbledore's fireplace, Harry noticed Draco Malfoy still standing against the wall, his face troubled. Their eyes met briefly, and to Harry's surprise, Malfoy gave an almost imperceptible nod, not quite support, but acknowledgement. The bond pulsed between the three of them, stronger than ever as they stepped toward the imminent confrontation. Whatever awaited them at the Department of Mysteries, they would face it together, a triadic power unlike anything the wizarding world had seen in generations. The Department of Mysteries was in chaos. Spellfire illuminated the dark stone corridors, flashing in violent bursts of color as Order members dueled with masked Death Eaters. The air crackled with magical energy, heavy with the scent of ozone and blood. Harry, Daphne, and Fleur emerged from the Fleur network directly into the atrium of the Ministry, where they were immediately met by Kingsley Shacklebolt, his normally composed face tense with urgency. Dumbledore went ahead to the Hall of Prophecy, he explained, leading them toward the lifts. The Death Eaters breached the department's security 30 minutes ago. They seem to be searching for something specific. The prophecy about Harry and Voldemort, Daphne confirmed. It's a trap designed to lure Harry here. Kingsley glanced at her, mild surprise crossing his features at hearing a Slytherin student speak Voldemort's name so calmly, but he continued without comment. They're led by Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange. At least 12 Death Eaters confirmed, possibly more. The lift descended rapidly into the depths of the Ministry. Through their bond, the three maintained constant communication, planning their approach without speaking aloud. "We stay together," Harry projected firmly. "Our magic is strongest when combined. Priority is locating and securing the prophecy," Daphne added. "If that's what Voldemort wants, denying him access is critical." "Be prepared for Lestrange," Fleur cautioned. "Her reputation for sadistic creativity is well known even in France." As the lift doors opened onto level 9, they immediately heard the sounds of combat echoing down the dark corridor. Kingsley led them toward a plain black door at the end, which swung open at their approach to reveal a circular room with identical doors all around its perimeter. The moment they entered, the wall began to rotate, the doors spinning until it was impossible to tell which was which. When it finally stopped, they faced a dozen identical exits with no indication of which led where. "A security measure," Kingsley explained grimly. "Designed to confuse intruders." Fleur stepped forward, drawing on her Vela senses through the bond. She closed her eyes, extending her hand as if feeling the air itself. "This way," she said after a moment, pointing to a door slightly to their right. "I can sense the magical disturbance, fresh spell work and multiple magical signatures." The door opened onto a vast, dimly lit chamber filled with towering shelves containing small glass orbs. Many lay shattered on the floor, their misty contents dispersed into nothingness. At the far end of the room, flashes of light revealed an ongoing battle. They moved quickly through the rows, Harry instinctively navigating toward the sound of combat. Through the bond, he felt Daphne's analytical mind mapping their route while Fleur maintained vigilant awareness of their surroundings, creating a perfect complement of skills. They rounded a corner to find Dumbledore locked in combat with multiple Death Eaters, his wand moving with blinding speed as he defended against their combined assault. Nearby, Sirius dueled Bellatrix Lestrange, his face alight with fierce determination as he matched his cousin's spell for spell. "Harry!" Remus Lupin called from where he guarded an injured Order member. "The prophecy is in row 97, Dumbledore needs you to retrieve it before the Death Eaters can." Without hesitation, they changed direction, moving deeper into the labyrinthine shelves. As they reached row 97, a smooth voice called out from the shadows ahead. "Potter." How predictable. Lucius Malfoy stepped into view, his pale hair gleaming in the dim light, wand held casually at his side. "The Dark Lord said you would come if properly motivated. Your weakness for heroics is so useful." Behind him stood several masked Death Eaters, their wands trained on the trio. "I see you've brought friends," Malfoy continued, his cold gaze moving to Daphne with particular interest. "A Greengrass, no less. Your father's neutrality seems to have been somewhat compromised by his daughter's choices." "My family stands where it always has," Daphne replied evenly. "Against those who would destroy our world through blind hatred and outdated ideology." Malfoy's lip curled in a sneer. Bold words from a child. "The Dark Lord might have welcomed your bloodline into his new order, but now—" He shook his head in mock regret. "Now you've chosen Potter and a half-breed. Such a waste." "Enough talk," Harry said firmly. "You're outnumbered, Malfoy. The Aurors are on their way, and Dumbledore is already here." Malfoy laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally among the shelves. "Outnumbered? I think not." He gestured, and additional Death Eaters emerged from between the rows, surrounding them completely. "Now, Potter. The prophecy. Hand it over, and perhaps your friends will be permitted to live." Harry felt Fleur and Daphne move subtly closer, their bond humming with shared purpose. "On my signal," he projected to them. 3-point shield, then counterattack. Aloud, he said, "Which prophecy would that be? There are thousands here." "Don't play games, boy," Malfoy hissed, his patience clearly thinning. "The one with your name on it. The one the Dark Lord has sought these many years. It can only be retrieved by those about whom it was made, you, or the Dark Lord himself." His voice dropped to a silky whisper. "Retrieve it now, or watch your companions die one by one." Harry stepped forward slowly, scanning the nearby shelves until he spotted it, a small glass orb with a yellowed label bearing his name and Voldemort's. As his fingers closed around it, he felt a strange warmth pulse through the sphere, as if it recognized his touch. "Excellent," Malfoy purred, extending his hand. "Now hand it over like a good boy." "I don't think so," Harry replied calmly. Then, through the bond, now. In perfect unison, the three bond-mates cast their spells, their magic merging seamlessly into a coordinated attack unlike anything the Death Eaters had faced before. Daphne created an earthen shield that erupted from the stone floor itself, encircling them in a protective barrier. Simultaneously, Fleur sent a wave of Vela fire outward, not to burn but to blind, a dazzling display of silver-blue flames that disoriented their attackers. Harry completed the sequence with a powerful concussive spell that sent the nearest Death Eaters flying backward into the shelves, causing hundreds of prophecy orbs to crash down upon them. The chamber erupted into chaos. Taking advantage of the confusion, the trio moved as one, fighting their way toward the exit where they could hear Dumbledore's continued battle with the Death Eater leadership. Their coordinated magic proved devastating against opponents used to dueling single adversaries. When a Death Eater cast a cutting curse at Fleur, Daphne instantly reinforced her shield while Harry simultaneously countered with a stunning spell, their combined response so swift it seemed like a single action. As they neared the main chamber, they encountered Bellatrix Lestrange, her wild eyes gleaming with manic delight as she dueled both Sirius and Remus simultaneously. "Little baby Potter," she cackled, sending a vicious curse toward him without breaking her assault on the two marauders. "Come to play with the grown-ups, have you? And you've brought little friends." Harry deflected her curse with practiced ease, drawing on Daphne's precision through their bond. "It's over, Bellatrix. Dumbledore is here, the Aurors are coming, and Voldemort has failed again." Bellatrix's face contorted with rage at hearing her master's name. "You dare speak it? You filthy half-blood." She abandoned her duel with Sirius and Remus, turning her full attention to Harry and his bond-mates. Crucio. The unforgivable streaked toward them, but never reached its target. The triadic shield they had demonstrated in Dumbledore's office materialized again, stronger now and more controlled. The curse struck the golden barrier and dissipated completely, its energy absorbed and neutralized by their combined magic. Bellatrix's eyes widened in genuine shock. "What is this magic?" she demanded. The Dark Lord said nothing of this. "Your master doesn't know everything," Fleur replied, her voice carrying the subtle harmonics of her Vila heritage. "Some magic is beyond his comprehension." Before Bellatrix could respond, Sirius seized the opportunity to land a powerful stunning spell directly to her chest. She crumpled, her wand clattering to the stone floor beside her unconscious form. "Nice shield," Sirius commented, breathing heavily from his extended duel. "Though I've never seen anything quite like it before." Later, Harry said, his attention already shifting to the center of the chamber where Dumbledore was confronting Lucius Malfoy and the remaining Death Eaters. "We need to secure the prophecy." They moved toward the confrontation, their bond allowing them to navigate the chaotic battlefield with uncanny coordination. Death Eaters who attempted to intercept them found themselves facing not three separate opponents but a single, unified magical force that anticipated attacks before they were launched. As they reached Dumbledore's side, the headmaster acknowledged them with a brief nod, never taking his eyes off Malfoy. "It's over, Lucius," Dumbledore said calmly. "Your companions are defeated or captured. Surrender now, and I will ensure you receive fair treatment." Malfoy's aristocratic features twisted with hatred. "This changes nothing, Dumbledore. The Dark Lord rises, and neither you nor Potter's little band of children can stop what is coming." His gaze fixed on the prophecy still clutched in Harry's hand. "He will retrieve what is his, one way or another." "Not today," Harry replied firmly. Something in his tone must have convinced Malfoy of the futility of his position. With a snarl of frustration, he activated a hidden portkey, vanishing before Dumbledore could prevent his escape. The few remaining Death Eaters still conscious followed suit, disappearing with various objects concealed in their robes. In the sudden stillness, Harry became aware of approaching footsteps, many of them. Minister Fudge himself appeared at the entrance to the chamber, flanked by Aurors and various ministry officials. His face paled dramatically as he took in the scene, the captured Death Eaters, the masked figures being bound by Order members, and the unmistakable evidence of a major magical battle. "What is the meaning of this?" he spluttered, his bowler hat askew. "Dumbledore? Potter? What have you done?" "What you refuse to believe possible, Cornelius," Dumbledore replied gravely. "Voldemort's followers attempted to steal a prophecy concerning Harry and their master. They failed, but their presence here confirms what I have been telling you for a year: Voldemort has returned." Fudge's mouth worked silently for a moment, his eyes darting from the captured Death Eaters to the destruction around him. This is some sort of trick," he managed finally, though his voice lacked conviction. "A plot to discredit the ministry, Minister," interrupted an Auror Harry didn't recognize. "We've confirmed Bellatrix Lestrange among the captured. And that's Antonin Dolohov and Augustus Rookwood as well. All known Death Eaters who were supposedly in Azkaban." The color drained completely from Fudge's face as the undeniable reality of the situation finally penetrated his denial. "But this means... "Yes, Cornelius," Dumbledore said quietly. "It means exactly what Harry and I have been telling you. Voldemort has returned, he has freed his followers from Azkaban, and tonight he attempted to access information vital to his plans." Harry felt a sudden, searing pain in his scar, far more intense than anything he had experienced since the blood ritual had stabilized their bond. Through the connection, he sensed overwhelming rage and frustration that was not his own. "He's coming," he projected to Daphne and Fleur, the warning accompanied by an image of Voldemort himself, operating toward the ministry with murderous intent. "He knows the mission failed." Daphne's steady presence anchored him against the pain, while Fleur's protective energy created a buffer between his mind and Voldemort's fury. Together, they turned to Dumbledore. "He's on his way," Harry said urgently. Voldemort himself, he knows the prophecy wasn't retrieved. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. Minister, he said to the still-stunned Fudge, evacuate your personnel immediately. Tom Riddle is coming, and he will not be in a merciful mood. Whether it was Dumbledore's commanding tone or the grim certainty in Harry's face, Fudge finally acted with decisive authority. Secure the prisoners, he ordered the Aurors. Williamson, Dawlish, coordinate evacuation of all non-essential personnel. Shacklebolt, establish containment protocols for the atrium and all exit points. As the ministry officials scrambled to follow these instructions, Dumbledore turned to Harry and his bondmates. The three of you should leave with the others. What comes next is beyond even your remarkable abilities. No, Harry said firmly, the bond strengthening his resolve. We stay. Our magic affects him in ways he doesn't understand. You saw what we did to the Horcrux, that same power can help against Voldemort himself. Dumbledore studied them intently, weighing their determination against his desire to protect them. Finally, he nodded. Very well. But you will follow my instructions precisely, and if I tell you to retreat, you will do so without argument. They moved swiftly toward the atrium, where Dumbledore anticipated Voldemort would appear. Order members and the few Aurors brave enough to remain positioned themselves strategically around the vast hall, wands at the ready. Harry, Daphne, and Fleur stood slightly behind Dumbledore, their bond humming with shared purpose and power. The prophecy orb remained secure in Harry's pocket, its presence a tangible reminder of what Voldemort sought. He's here, Harry whispered suddenly, his scar burning despite his bondmate's protection. The air in the center of the atrium seemed to thicken and darken, as if reality itself was being torn apart. With a sound like thunder, Lord Voldemort appeared, tall, skeletal, his red eyes blazing with inhuman rage, his lipless mouth twisted in a snarl. Dumbledore, he hissed, his cold voice echoing throughout the atrium. Always interfering. His gaze shifted to Harry, widening slightly as he noticed Daphne and Fleur standing beside him. Something like confusion flickered across his serpentine features as he registered the golden glow that surrounded the three of them, faint but unmistakable to those sensitive to magical auras. What is this, Potter? Voldemort asked, genuine curiosity momentarily replacing his anger. New pets to hide behind? Or has Dumbledore found some novel way to shield you? Neither, Harry replied, his voice steady despite the proximity to his parents' murderer. Just friends who know the truth about you, Tom. About how you've torn your soul apart to cheat death, making yourself less human with each fragment you've hidden away. Voldemort's face contorted with fury. You dare, he began, but Harry continued relentlessly. We know about the Horcruxes, Tom. And we've already destroyed one. For the first time, something like fear crossed Voldemort's inhuman features. Impossible, he whispered, though uncertainty had crept into his voice. The locket, Daphne said clearly, stepping forward to stand beside Harry. Slytherin's locket is gone. The soul fragment it contained has been destroyed. And we know where the others are, Fleur added, completing their united front. Your anchors to immortality are being severed one by one. Voldemort's composure cracked. With a howl of rage, he raised his wand and unleashed a torrent of magic so powerful it cracked the stone floor beneath their feet. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse streaked toward them, not at Harry, but at Daphne, whom Voldemort had clearly identified as the analytical threat among them. But before Dumbledore could intervene, the triadic shield manifested again, more powerful than ever before. The green light of the unforgivable struck the golden barrier and, impossibly, was absorbed into it. The shield pulsed brightly, the killing curse's energy redistributed through the bond's protective magic. Dumbledore seized the moment of Voldemort's shock to launch his own attack, a complex sequence of spells that drove the Dark Lord backward, forcing him to defend rather than continue his assault on the trio. What followed was a duel of extraordinary power and skill, with Dumbledore and Voldemort trading spells that shook the very foundations of the Ministry. Water and fire, light and shadow, transfigured creatures and conjured defenses, the full breadth of their magical mastery on display. Throughout it all, Harry, Daphne, and Fleur maintained their position, their combined shield protecting not only themselves but also the Order members and Aurors who would otherwise have been vulnerable to the magical backlash. As the duel reached its peak, with both Dumbledore and Voldemort showing signs of magical exertion, Harry felt a surge of inspiration through the bond, a strategy forming simultaneously in all three of their minds. The prophecy, Daphne projected. We can use it to distract him. And then combine our magic like we did with the Horcrux, Fleur added. Not to destroy, but to repel, to sever his connection to Harry. It could work, Harry agreed. Dumbledore needs an opening. As one, they moved into position, timing their intervention for the precise moment when Voldemort and Dumbledore had reached a temporary stalemate, both wizards gathering their magic for another exchange. Tom! Harry called out, deliberately using the name Voldemort despised. He held up the prophecy orb, its misty contents swirling visibly. Is this what you wanted? The answer to why you failed to kill me as a baby? Voldemort's attention snapped to Harry, his red eyes fixed on the prophecy with naked hunger. Give it to me, Potter, he commanded. Give it to me, and I may permit your friends to live. You want it? Harry asked, drawing on Daphne's skill for calculating provocation and Fleur's talent for misdirection. Then catch it. He tossed the orb high into the air, away from both himself and Voldemort. Instinctively, Voldemort's gaze tracked the prophecy's arc, and in that momentary distraction, Dumbledore struck with a powerful binding spell that briefly immobilized the Dark Lord. Simultaneously, Harry, Daphne, and Fleur channeled their combined magic through the bond, focusing on Harry's scar connection to Voldemort. The golden light of their triadic magic surged forward, striking Voldemort directly in the chest just as Dumbledore's binding spell took hold. Voldemort screamed, a high, inhuman sound of rage and pain. The fragment of his soul that had lodged in Harry's scar for 14 years, now weakened by the blood ritual and divided among the three bondmates, was being forcibly rejected by their combined power. A black, oily substance began to seep from Voldemort's body, similar to what they had witnessed when destroying the Locket Horcrux. It writhed in the air between them, trying to return to its master but repelled by the golden light of the bond. With a final surge of their united magic, they forced the soul fragment to dissipate, dissolving into nothingness as its anchors were severed. Voldemort staggered, visibly weakened by the loss of this connection to Harry. His red eyes widened with something approaching fear as he beheld the three bondmates, their magic still pulsing golden bright around them. What have you done? He hissed, his voice barely audible. Removed your hold on me, Harry replied steadily. Just as we'll remove all your Horcruxes, one by one, until you're mortal again. For the first time, Lord Voldemort retreated not as a strategic choice, but from genuine fear. With a final look of hatred, he dissolved into a cloud of black smoke and fled, disappearing through the Ministry's ceiling moments before the prophecy orb shattered on the marble floor, its contents lost forever. In the silence that followed, Fudge emerged from where he had taken cover during the battle, his face ashen with shock. I saw him, he whispered. I saw you-know-who with my own eyes. Yes, Cornelius, Dumbledore said heavily. Now perhaps you understand what we face, and why unity is more important than ever. Fudge nodded numbly, his worldview irrevocably shattered. As Ministry officials and reporters began to flood into the atrium, drawn by news of the extraordinary battle, Harry felt the weight of exhaustion settling over him. Through the bond, Daphne and Fleur's similar fatigue mingled with his own, yet beneath the tiredness lay a profound sense of accomplishment. They had faced Voldemort directly, had severed a piece of his soul, and had emerged not just unscathed but victorious in a way no one had managed before. We need to return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said, approaching them with concern evident in his face. The three of you have expended significant magical energy tonight. Rest and recovery must be your priority now. As they prepared to depart via one of the Ministry's secure Fleur connections, Harry glanced back at the spot where Voldemort had stood. The marble floor remained cracked and scorched from the magical battle, but something had fundamentally changed in the conflict itself. For the first time since Voldemort's return, they had gained a true advantage, not just in destroying a Horcrux, but in demonstrating that the Dark Lord's power could be matched and even exceeded by their united magic. The path ahead remained dangerous, with 4 Horcruxes still to find and destroy, but the balance had shifted. Through the bond, Harry felt Daphne and Fleur's shared certainty. Together, they could finish what they had started. The return to Hogwarts brought its own dramatic confrontation. They emerged from Dumbledore's office fireplace to find the castle in an uproar. During their absence, Umbridge had attempted to seize control, declaring herself acting headmistress and ordering the inquisitorial squad to detain the DA members who had remained behind. What she hadn't anticipated was the unified resistance she would face, not just from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, but from a significant portion of Slytherin House as well. Led by Hermione, Ron, and surprisingly, Draco Malfoy, the students had barricaded themselves in the Great Hall, refusing to acknowledge Umbridge's authority without official documentation from the full Board of Governors. Malfoy switched sides? Harry asked incredulously as McGonagall briefed them on the situation. After his father was just captured as a Death Eater? Not precisely switched sides, Potter, McGonagall corrected. Rather, Mr. Malfoy made the calculation that with his father's arrest imminent, the Malfoy family's best interest lay in distancing themselves from both Umbridge and you-know-who as quickly as possible. Typical Slytherin self-preservation, Daphne observed, though her tone held approval rather than criticism. Draco has always been more pragmatic than ideological, despite his posturing. Their arrival, accompanied by Dumbledore and several Order members, quickly resolved the standoff. With Fudge himself having witnessed Voldemort's appearance at the Ministry, Umbridge's authority had evaporated completely. By morning, she was escorted from the castle by Aurors, her expression shell-shocked as she realized how thoroughly her political fortunes had collapsed. In the days that followed, the wizarding world underwent a seismic shift. The Daily Prophet, so recently dedicated to discrediting Harry and Dumbledore, now proclaimed them heroes who had warned of Voldemort's return when the Ministry refused to listen. Fudge's position as minister became untenable, leading to his resignation and replacement by Rufus Scrimgeour, former head of the Auror office. For Harry, Daphne, and Fleur, however, these political developments were secondary to their more urgent task, locating and destroying the remaining Horcruxes before Voldemort could secure them or create replacements. A week after the battle at the Ministry, they gathered in the Room of Requirement with Dumbledore, Luna, and Hermione, the latter having been fully briefed on the bond and its implications after demonstrating her unwavering loyalty during the crisis. Based on Miss Greengrass's excellent mapping of the Horcrux locations, Dumbledore began, indicating the parchment displayed on the table between them, we have identified 4 remaining vessels. One here at Hogwarts, Ravenclaw's diadem, as we suspected. One at Gringotts, likely in the Lestrange vault. One at what appears to be the Gaunt family home, and one whose location remains somewhat unclear. We should start with the diadem, Fleur suggested. It's the most immediately accessible, and destroying it would further weaken Voldemort while we plan for the more challenging retrievals. Luna, who had been examining the map with her characteristic dreamy focus, spoke up. The Room of Hidden Things is where you'll find it. But the diadem isn't just hidden among objects, it's hidden within time itself. What do you mean, Luna? Harry asked, having learned to take her cryptic statement seriously. The room exists in many states simultaneously, Luna explained. The version you need has existed for centuries, accumulating lost things from generations of Hogwarts students. You must ask for the place where things are hidden, where time has gathered what people wished to forget. With Luna's guidance, they focused their request precisely, and the room transformed into an enormous cathedral-like space filled with towering piles of discarded objects, broken furniture, forbidden items, lost treasures, and countless artifacts whose purposes had been long forgotten. It could take days to search all this, Hermione said, looking around with dismay. Not necessarily, Daphne replied. Our bond is attuned to the Horcruxes now. We should be able to sense its location, like a magical compass. She was right. As they moved through the vast room, the three bondmates felt an unmistakable pull toward a particular section, a sensation of dark magic that resonated with what they had experienced from the locket. They found the diadem atop a tarnished bust, half hidden by a discolored wig. The moment Harry spotted it, his scar twinged uncomfortably despite the severance of his direct connection to Voldemort. Through the bond, Daphne and Fleur felt the echo of his discomfort, confirming they had found their target. Ravenclaw's lost diadem, Dumbledore said softly, examining the tiara without touching it. A priceless historical artifact, corrupted into a vessel for the darkest magic. We can destroy the Horcrux without damaging the diadem itself, Fleur said confidently. Our combined magic allows for that precision, as we demonstrated with the locket. They prepared as they had before, arranging themselves in their triangular formation around the diadem. This time, however, there was a difference in their approach, a refined technique based on their experience with both the locket and their confrontation with Voldemort himself. Ready? Harry asked, receiving affirmative responses through the bond. Together, they extended their hands toward the diadem, channeling their magic with practiced coordination. Daphne provided the structural framework, creating a containment field that would prevent the Horcrux from lashing out as it had with the locket. Fleur contributed the transformative element, her Vela fire manifest as silver-blue flames that surrounded but did not consume the physical object. Harry completed the triad with his raw power and protective magic, directly confronting the soul fragment itself. The diadem rose into the air, suspended between them as golden light from their bond intertwined with Fleur's silver flames. Unlike with the locket, no apparition emerged to taunt or threaten them, their containment field prevented such manifestations. Instead, the Horcrux fought back more directly, sending pulses of dark magic against their combined shield. Each attack was absorbed and neutralized, the malevolent energy transformed through their bond into something harmless. With a final surge of their united power, they forced the soul fragment to separate from its vessel. A thin, black mist seeped from the diadem, writhing in agony as it was compressed by their magic until, with a faint scream, it dissipated into nothing. The diadem itself remained intact, though cleansed of the dark taint that had corrupted it for decades. It floated gently down into Dumbledore's waiting hands, once again merely a beautiful historical artifact rather than a vessel for evil. Remarkable, Dumbledore breathed, examining the diadem with evident wonder. I had believed the object itself would need to be destroyed, as with the diary. This level of precision in extracting the soul fragment while preserving the vessel is unprecedented. It's the nature of our bond, Daphne explained. Each of us contributes a different aspect of the magic needed: containment, transformation, and separation. 3 has always been the most magically powerful number, Luna observed serenely. That's why the founders created a 3-sided castle. Hermione opened her mouth, presumably to point out that Hogwarts had many more than 3 sides, then closed it again, recognizing Luna's statement likely contained symbolic rather than literal truth. 3 Horcruxes remain, Dumbledore said, returning to the practical matter at hand. The one at Gringotts will require careful planning and perhaps Miss Delacour's professional position to access. The one at the Gaunt residence I will retrieve personally, as I have already begun tracking its location. And the final one? Harry asked. Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. That remains unclear. Based on your detection ritual, it appears to be something associated with Voldemort's snake, Nagini. Either the snake itself has been made into a Horcrux, or it guards the final vessel. We'll need to draw Voldemort out again, Daphne said thoughtfully. Force a confrontation where we can target Nagini directly. In time, Dumbledore agreed. But not before we have secured and destroyed the others. Voldemort will be more cautious now, more protective of his remaining anchors to immortality. As they concluded their planning, Harry felt a surge of emotion through the bond, a complex mixture of determination, hope, and something deeper that had been growing between the three of them since their first synchronization ritual. Fleur caught his eye, a small smile playing at her lips as she sensed his thoughts. Daphne's hand brushed against his, a brief contact that sent warmth through their connection. The bond had begun as Luna's cryptic prediction, developed into a strategic alliance against Voldemort, but had become something far more personal, a connection that transcended mere magical utility to touch their very cores. The final weeks of term passed in a blur of activity. With Umbridge gone and Dumbledore fully reinstated, Hogwarts gradually returned to normal, though normal now included the widespread acknowledgement of Voldemort's return and the beginning of war preparations throughout Wizarding Britain. For Harry, Daphne, and Fleur, these weeks brought both challenges and unexpected joys. Their bond had been publicly revealed during the confrontation at the Ministry, leading to considerable curiosity and occasional suspicion from the wizarding community. The Daily Prophet published a series of articles about the Triadic Alliance, speculating wildly about the nature and purpose of their connection. According to this, Daphne said dryly over breakfast, reading from the latest edition, "Our unprecedented magical merger is either the wizarding world's greatest hope against you-know-who or a dangerous experiment in combining magical bloodlines that risks undermining traditional family structures." She folded the paper with a sardonic smile. "At least they quoted my father's statement supporting our bond." Augustus Greengrass had indeed surprised many by publicly endorsing his daughter's connection to Harry and Fleur, stating that the Greengrass family has always valued magical innovation and cross-cultural exchange. This declaration effectively neutralized Theodore Nott's claims about an arranged marriage agreement and positioned the Greengrass family firmly in Dumbledore's camp without explicitly abandoning their traditional neutrality. Fleur, meanwhile, had been promoted within Gringotts to a new position that combined her translation skills with curse-breaking, a role that conveniently allowed her regular access to the bank's deepest vaults and most ancient records. The goblins, pragmatic as always, recognized her unique magical abilities and connection to Harry Potter as potentially valuable assets in the coming conflict. "They're using me as much as I'm using them," she explained during one of her weekend visits to Hogwarts, now officially sanctioned by Dumbledore. The goblins remember Voldemort's first rise to power and the threats he made against their sovereignty. They won't take sides openly, but they're willing to overlook certain breaches of protocol. This tacit support proved crucial as they planned their approach to the Horcrux in the Lestrange Vault. With Bellatrix herself imprisoned after the Ministry battle, security around her family vault had been increased, but also partially restructured, creating potential vulnerabilities that Fleur was carefully mapping. On a personal level, the three bondmates found themselves navigating the evolving nature of their relationship. What had begun as a magical connection had deepened into genuine affection and trust. The bond allowed them to share thoughts and feelings with unprecedented intimacy, creating a level of understanding that few could comprehend. "It's not exactly friendship," Harry tried to explain to Ron and Hermione one evening in the Gryffindor common room. "It's more like we're parts of the same person sometimes, but still completely ourselves." "Sounds complicated," Ron commented, his expression a mixture of confusion and mild concern. "Not really," Harry replied with a small smile. "It's actually the simplest thing in my life right now. Everything else, Voldemort, the Horcruxes, the Ministry, the Prophet, that's all complicated. But the bond, that just is." Hermione, ever perceptive, studied his face carefully. "You love them both, don't you? Not just magically, but personally." Harry didn't deny it. Through the bond, he felt Daphne and Fleur's awareness sharpen at Hermione's question, their attention focusing on his response despite being physically elsewhere in the castle. "Yes," he said simply. "I do." The admission, once spoken aloud, seemed to solidify something within the bond itself. That night, as the three of them met in the room of requirement for their regular practice session, there was a new quality to their connection, a depth of emotion that enhanced rather than distracted from their magical work. "You meant it," Daphne said as they took a break from practicing a particularly complex three-part charm sequence. What you told Granger. Harry nodded, feeling no need to dissemble with those who could sense his emotions directly. I've been thinking about what Luna said when this all started, that we were destined for each other, and the ancient magic accepted it. At first, I thought it was just another of her fanciful ideas. But now? Fleur prompted, moving to sit beside him on the comfortable sofa the room had provided. Now I think she was right about the destiny part, but wrong about the causality, Harry explained. We weren't drawn together because some magic decided it. The magic works because we were meant to find each other, because what we each needed existed in the others. Daphne joined them, her usual reserve softened by the intimacy of the moment. My father has a saying about ancient magic: it doesn't create connections that wouldn't otherwise exist, it merely illuminates the paths already written in our stars. My grandmother says something similar about Vila bonds, Fleur added. That they form not from magical compulsion but from soul recognition, finding those whose essence complements and completes your own. The golden threads of their bond became visible as they spoke, pulsing with the rhythm of their shared heartbeats. No ritual or incantation had summoned this manifestation, only the honest acknowledgement of what had been growing between them since that first meeting in the Hog's Head. I think I've loved you both since the Ministry battle, Harry admitted quietly. Watching you face Voldemort without flinching, feeling your strength flowing through our connection. I knew then that this was more than magic or convenience or even friendship. For me, it was the blood ritual, Daphne said, her usual composure giving way to rare vulnerability. Feeling parts of you both become part of me, knowing we would carry traces of each other forever, that changed everything. The Horcrux, Fleur whispered. When we destroyed the locket together. The way you both shielded me from its attack, even while fighting your own battles against its apparitions. They sat in comfortable silence, the bond humming with shared emotion too complex and beautiful for words. This moment of peace felt precious amid the gathering storm of war, a reminder of what they were fighting to protect. Eventually, Daphne spoke again, her practical nature reasserting itself. We should tell Luna. Her insight started this journey, she should know where it's led us. Harry agreed, remembering how Luna had spoken of the triple thread as something meaningful beyond its tactical advantages against Voldemort. Tomorrow, before the leaving feast. As the school year drew to its close, a final meeting was arranged in Dumbledore's office to coordinate their summer activities. With 3 Horcruxes remaining and Voldemort aware that his secret had been discovered, timing and security were paramount concerns. I have located what I believe to be the Gaunt family ring, Dumbledore informed them, showing a sketch of an ugly gold ring with a black stone. It is hidden in the ruins of the Gaunt family home, protected by formidable enchantments. I intend to retrieve it next week. You shouldn't go alone, Harry said immediately, concerned by the powerful dark magic they had encountered in the previous Horcruxes. I appreciate your concern, Harry, but in this case, stealth rather than power will be our advantage. Dumbledore smiled reassuringly. Moreover, Voldemort must not become aware that we are hunting his Horcruxes systematically. Your trio has attracted considerable attention already, your involvement in retrieving the ring would likely draw unwanted observation. Reluctantly, they conceded this point. Arrangements were made for Harry to spend the minimum required time at Privet Drive before relocating to Grimmauld Place, where Daphne and Fleur would join him. From there, they would finalize their plan to access the Lestrange Vault with Gringotts' tacit cooperation. The final Horcrux, Nagini or whatever the snake guards, will likely require a direct confrontation with Voldemort himself, Dumbledore concluded. But that is a challenge for after we have secured the others. As they prepared to leave, Luna Lovegood arrived, having been invited to join their final planning session. Her serene expression brightened as she observed the golden threads of the bond, now visible even to those not directly involved in it. The triple thread has become a triple cord, she said approvingly. Much stronger now that love has woven through it. You knew this would happen, Harry said, not as an accusation but with genuine curiosity. When you first told us about the bond. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. I saw the possibility, just as my mother did years ago. She studied triadic bonds extensively before her accident. Her notes suggested that such connections form not just from magical compatibility but from emotional potential, three souls capable of harmonizing completely. Your mother's research is what led you to identify us specifically? Daphne asked. Partly, Luna acknowledged. But mostly it was the Raxperts. They avoid truly bonded individuals, something about the harmonic resonance drives them away. When the three of you were near each other during the Triwizard Tournament, I noticed the Raxperts giving you a wide berth. Hermione made a small noise that might have been suppressed exasperation, but Dumbledore merely nodded as if Luna's explanation made perfect sense. There's something else you should know, Luna continued, her dreamy voice taking on an unusual clarity. My mother's final notes mentioned a prophecy about a triadic bond that would emerge during the second rise of darkness. When three become one, the seven shall fall. What was torn asunder shall be made whole through the power the Dark Lord knows not. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. A second prophecy, connected to the one about Harry and Voldemort? Most extraordinary. Not a separate prophecy, Luna corrected. A continuation. My mother believed the original prophecy recorded in the Department of Mysteries was incomplete, that only the first part was heard and documented by the Ministry. The power the Dark Lord knows not, Harry repeated softly. Dumbledore always said it was love. And so it is, the headmaster confirmed. But perhaps manifested in a form none of us anticipated, the triadic bond created and strengthened by the love between the three of you. As they left Dumbledore's office, Harry felt a profound sense of rightness settle over him. Luna's revelation about the extended prophecy confirmed what they had already discovered through experience. Their bond was not just a useful magical tool but the very key to defeating Voldemort permanently. They found a quiet corner of the castle grounds for their private farewell before the summer separation. Beneath a sprawling oak near the lake, with the golden light of sunset illuminating their faces, they stood together in their familiar triangular formation. It won't be long, Fleur reassured them, her fingers intertwined with Harry's while her other hand clasped Daphne's. 2 weeks at most before we're together at Grimmauld Place. We'll maintain the bond regardless of distance, Daphne added practically. The mental connection has strengthened enough that we can communicate clearly even when physically separated. Harry nodded, drawing strength from their shared confidence. 2 weeks. Then we finish this, together. As the golden light of sunset bathed them in warmth, the three bondmates sealed their promise with magic that required no wands, no incantations, and no rituals, only the pure intention of three hearts beating as one, their futures irrevocably intertwined by choice as much as by destiny. The triple thread had indeed become a triple cord, not easily broken. And in that unbreakable connection lay the power to mend what had been torn asunder, both Voldemort's fragmented soul and the fractured wizarding world that had suffered under his shadow for too long. Whatever challenges awaited in the coming war, they would face them together, their magic and hearts united in a bond ancient and new, powerful and gentle, destined and chosen. The threads of fate, woven through ancient magic and personal choice, had created something beautiful and unexpected, a love powerful enough to defeat darkness itself. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.